never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. President Biden is set to meet with top congressional lawmakers later this month to discuss the debt ceiling. Reports say Biden called House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and other leaders Monday to invite them to the White House on May 9th. President Biden not budging on the issue, insisting Republicans must pass a clean debt ceiling increase. No negotiations.
We pay our bills, and we should do so without reckless hostage-taking from some of the mega Republicans in Congress.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy saying now is the time to solve the nation's debt.
The debt is a big challenge for America. We're going to have to come together to solve it.
The White House promises the banking system is safe after First Republic's collapse. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said Monday American businesses and individuals can be confident their deposits are there if they need them. After the bank was bought by J.P. Morgan Chase, Biden administration officials promised the government is also seeking accountability for those responsible. 7 people have been found dead in Oklahoma in connection to the search for 2 missing teenagers. The local sheriff confirmed the news.
This one's pretty bad.
Okmulgee County investigators believe the teens were with 39-year-old Jesse McFadden, a convicted sex offender, along with his wife and his stepdaughter. McFadden was reportedly scheduled to make a court appearance Monday for charges of soliciting a minor and possession of child pornography. So far, a handful are dead and more than 30 are injured after a dust storm pileup in south-central Illinois on Monday. Police say 40 to 60 vehicles were involved in crashes through the afternoon, and several were engulfed in flames. Legendary Boston rockers Aerosmith will head out on the road one more time. The Peace Out Tour will visit 40 cities, all of it starting on September 2nd in Philadelphia. This is USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medishare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Texas is trying to ban transgender athletes from competing on girls' collegiate sports teams.
Not only do the physical advantages of a biological male create unfair competition, it also can and has put the safety of women at risk.
State Representative Valerie Swanson says her bill does not ban transgender athletes from playing sports. They can still compete on the team that correlates to their gender at birth. But there are concerns the state will face lawsuits and loss of federal funding if they pass the transgender college athletes bill. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is walking back claims that all 5 people killed in an execution-style shooting last Friday were illegal immigrants. In a statement Monday, the governor's office said they learned at least one of the victims may have been in the United States legally. Authorities said the 5 were killed by a neighbor after one of the victims asked him to stop firing gunshots so a baby in their home could sleep.
Thinking now.
Singer Ed Sheeran returned to the witness stand Monday in his copyright infringement trial in Manhattan. He's accused of ripping off chords from the 1973 Marvin Gaye classic Let's Get It On for his 2014 hit Thinking Out Loud. But the British pop star denies that, saying any similarities between the two songs are coincidence. He defended himself again against those charges, testified Monday. He found part of the allegation, quote, insulting. The daughter of Let's Get It On co-writer, the late Ed Townsend, is suing Sheeran for $100 million. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then, I do believe that's the point where we say cue the microphone. Let's get the party started. Here we'll be closing out a May Day. Well, we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, so we're into the second day of May. And we'll respectively work our way around the country from one coast to the other and around the world as we roll into a Tuesday. I hope you had a good May Day. Just another day as far as I'm concerned, but what do you say? Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Here we are, Secret Bunkers, Southwest Ohio, with some light rain, more of a drizzly kind of evening. Looks like 41 degrees officially at the airport. Now, we were aware of it 24 hours ago, but news was breaking about the time the sun was coming up. Yeah, Sunday evening. Of course, we had violent weather through the weekend. Florida was heavily impacted. Tornado. Several tornadoes. Lots of hail they endured much of last week and even through the weekend. As we closed out the weekend, though, what was left of that storm was pushing through the eastern seaboard. And looks like a portion, like Virginia Beach, got hammered. As a matter of fact, a state of emergency was declared after an enormous tornado caused damage to more than 100 homes Sunday evening. Good news, no injuries or fatalities reported. But the city manager there in Virginia Beach says no words can describe what we saw in our tour of the district. Again, that was once the sun came up Monday morning. We could not have responded as quickly as we did without the help of our regional and state partners. But Sunday evening, crews responded to multiple storm-damaged homes. Reports of gas leaks in the northwest side of Virginia Beach. According to the fire department there, National Weather Service office out of Wakefield, Virginia, was out surveying damage this past day. And their storm survey crew confirmed EF3 tornado damage in the Great Neck portion of Virginia Beach. They said the survey was still ongoing, so more details will be forthcoming. Tornado warning was first issued for the area at 5:47 p.m. Eastern Time, Sundays. Severe weather was moving into the area. The tornado struck Virginia Beach at 5:50 p.m. So you had like 3 minutes advance notice. That was about it for people to take shelter. National Weather Service had confirmed the twister late Sunday night, but video being shared via social media this past day. Actually, some video you could see the large tornado in the distance as the sun had not yet set. As the twister was moving closer to the person taking the video, in that video you can see boats that are being flipped over in the water. So prayers for the folks in Virginia Beach. I'm glad no fatalities there. So that's the good news once again. Now, meanwhile, head over to South Central Illinois. Interstate 55. What a mess. It is still shut down. It may be midday on Tuesday before this portion of I-55 reopens. Multiple vehicles They haven't even confirmed the number. They're estimating somewhere between 40 and 60 passenger cars, somewhere in the vicinity of 20 tractor trailers were involved in this deadly pileup. Initial crash, I guess it all started at about 11:40 a.m. in Montgomery County, 75 miles north of St. Louis. They ultimately shut down I-55 from the mile marker 52 to mile marker 80 in both directions. Traffic was diverted onto the frontage road. Motorists, of course, being urged to take alternate routes. And again, that remains shut down tonight. More than 30 people transported to hospitals. Last report I saw was we know of 6 fatalities involved here, multiple fatalities. City Hall was being used as a reunification post for families that were involved in the crash. And again, I-55 will be closed until it'll be late morning. It may be early afternoon today, Tuesday. Now, the National Weather Service said it's the combination of the newly plowed fields and the gusty northwest winds that generated a dust storm in the area. People found themselves rolling along the interstate, and it's pretty much what you would typically see in a snow squall where you have whiteout conditions. Visibility suddenly dropped to near zero. Videos and photos shared via social media showing the mangled mess of tractor trailers, the mix of toxic smoke and dust billowing into the sky as first responders arrived on the scene. But yeah, we've got we'll give you more on that coming up here. I didn't realize, apparently things have been really dry in that region for the last several weeks there in Illinois. So yeah, the farmers have been out tilling and beginning the process of planting some crops. It was all those freshly tilled fields. Winds were gusting 35, 45 miles per hour, leading to the near zero visibility there. All right, meanwhile, it's a chilly start to the month of May here. We've got a big atmospheric traffic jam that's going to keep that chilly air locked in over the Midwest and much of the eastern portions of the country through most of this week. Forecasters warn the same pattern set to deliver weather that's more typical of March rather than May will actually be bringing some accumulating, there's that 4-letter word, snow to some areas as well. Another round of frosts and freezes will be in the mix this week. A pattern in the jet stream known as an omega block, shaped like the Greek letter of the same name, omega, is going to remain over much of North America through at least the middle of this week, and that tends to prevent that normal west to east movement of weather systems and locks in chilly, unsettled conditions in some areas. Other areas will have an extended period of dry, warmer conditions. But the pattern much of this week's going to act like a giant pinwheel of clouds. Showers and cold air in the Midwest and the Northeast. Could we be talking some heavy snow in the month of May? Well, pockets of rare, heavy May snow are, yes, indeed, in store into the middle portions this week for parts of the Great Lakes and the Central Appalachians. A small area of heavy snow will continue to affect an area centered on the UP of Michigan. The perfect spot for snow to accumulate. Snow falling sometimes at 1 to 2 inches per hour. All right, so the snow began over portions of the upper Great Lakes over the weekend. It's going to continue through the night tonight on into Tuesday morning. Already, as of Monday evening, several cities in the UP have already recorded over a foot of snowfall. Now, about 500 miles to the southeast of this zone, a separate helping of accumulating snow is in store for portions of the Central Appalachians between now and early Wednesday. It's going to be the higher elevations that play a major role providing the ideal temperature for this wet, heavy snow to accumulate. We're talking about the mountains from West Virginia to west central Pennsylvania, maybe even as southwestern portions of New York. Yes, some areas, maybe just a coating, maybe an inch or two. The higher elevations by Wednesday morning, the highest elevations there in West Virginia. Looking at the map, looks like eastern West Virginia over toward the Virginia state line. Could see 6 to 12 inches. Some areas maybe reaching 15 inches of snowfall. Now, the weight of this wet snow could bring down tree limbs, which could lead to sporadic power outages. Of course, fallen trees, some of these are going to be large enough to block some secondary roadways. So, yeah, interesting how, of course, the foliage is coming out in this region of the country with that wet, clingy nature of the snow. It's really going to weigh those branches down a lot more than it would, say, a month ago when we didn't have anything more than a little bit of budding going on. Things have really begun to green up. All right, good morning, Philly Dan, checking in out of the box. Happy Taco Tuesday, he says. 5-7, copying the mail. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down, 52 degrees in Wallkill, New York tonight. And we'll get to some of your calls coming up here. Who wants to jump on board at 844-844-3388. And, of course, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get some of our other listening friends checking in here. There's Deborah's on board. Morning, Steve. It's a rainy, kind of windy, just yucky morning here in Indiana. It's like 40 degrees right now, only going to get up to about 50 today. Hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Have a terrific Tuesday, everyone. Yeah, there you go, Taco Tuesday. There's Roy in Northwest Illinois, hanging in at 47 degrees. Windy as well, right? 42 in the far side of southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. Hello, Pappy. Rain seems to be about over. Time for those nocturnal listeners to saddle up, crank it up, and call into the show Thank you very much. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Hot Shot Secrets. Captain Ron checks in. Hello, Ron. Rock Pick is on board in Rochester, New York. A rainy night with 44 degrees. There's Bruce. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hillsboro, Wisconsin, where they're also at 44 degrees. Keep on trucking. Hello to Joe. Joe Self. Morning, Steve, and the overnight listeners. It's a cool 49 in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Think we're going to get a little more winter in the West Virginia western mountains in the next couple of days. But everybody have a good night out there. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 53 degrees in Rockport, Missouri tonight. I'll keep it short. A special shout-out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from my chrome-plated cow truck. All right, just rolling tonight. Let's see. Meade is on board. Good evening, Steve, and the overnight drive. Family, everybody truck safe out there. I'm in Carthage, Texas, picking up a load going to Billings, Montana. Go Padres. All right. Mike, good morning, and all the Steve, all the overnight listeners. Checking in from Coleman, Alabama tonight. Everybody have a good night. Be safe out there. Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Sorry I'm checking in a little late. Well, like 15 after. Here we are, right? In the house, ready to roll. Santa Claus is on that cross-country tour. Top of the morning, Steve. 34 degrees here in Akron, Ohio. And yes, a chance of some snow over the next 6 hours. We did spend some time in Cincinnati, up to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in the Ohio Amish country this past day. Tuesday, we'll be headed into Canada through the Niagara Falls border entry. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus out. All right, safe travels out there. A lot of driving. Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Let's see. Brian is on board. Good morning, Brian. All right, so last update. This was about 7:30 this past evening. The update out of Illinois. The windstorm kicking up dangerous clouds of blinding dust from the farm fields. The late morning crash again, still trying to tabulate 40 to 60 cars, multiple tractor trailers, several of which caught fire. At least 6 fatalities, all in the northbound lanes. More than 30 people from both sides of I-55 transported to hospitals with injuries. One who was traveling south to St. Louis said the only thing you could hear after we got hit was crash after crash after crash behind us. Shut down in both directions in Montgomery County. Will not reopen again till sometime midday today. According to the sheriff, told reporters it's a springtime version of a whiteout situation you typically see in the winter snowstorms. Governor Pritzker described the scene as horrific. It was the extensive winds, again, blowing the dirt from the farm fields across the highway, leading to pretty much zero visibility. I mean, we're talking very flat terrain, very few trees. It's been very dry in this area for the last 3 weeks. But the farmers are out there tilling the fields and planting crops. The top layer of soil is quite loose, obviously. 25-year-old Evan Anderson, who was returning home to St. Louis from Chicago, said a semi turned before striking his vehicle, sparing him from even more damage. But, yeah, you couldn't even see. Yeah, people try to slow down, and other people didn't, and I just got plowed into. So many cars and semis with so much momentum behind them. The emergency services director in Montgomery County said it was a very difficult scene, something that's very hard to train for, as he put it. We had to search every vehicle whether they were involved in the accident or just pulled over to check for injuries. That people were obviously visibly upset, and understandably so. They were setting up staging areas away from the crash site to help those travelers reunite with family and friends. All right, Rambler going to be checking in here out of the box here. We'll get through our news break first because that's about a minute away. Looks like we'll be hearing from Eagle and Room for You at 844-3388. And it's a good opportunity for me to remind you, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive whenever you're storing, whether it's collector cars, generators, lawn equipment, boats, you name it, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So be sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And just for being a listener to this program, we'll save you 15% off your entire order of all Gold Eagle products. GoldEagle.com is the website, GoldEagle.com. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. It's that simple, 15% off your entire order. And thanks for listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. We're learning more about what happened in Cleveland, Texas Friday. In the minutes before, a man walked to his neighbor's house and killed 5 people. Police say an appeal to that man to stop firing his gun escalated, and neighbors called police 5 times in about 20 minutes before the man started shooting his neighbors. President Biden says when it comes to finding a way to increase the federal debt ceiling,
The default on the national debt is off the table. For over 200 years, America's never, ever, ever failed to pay its debt.
Biden says the debt ceiling should not be held hostage by MAGA Republicans in Congress. Today in Israel, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he's waiting for a phone call from the president so they can talk about it. If you have good credit, you'll be paying more for a federally backed home loan. Mortgage fees are rising to underwrite lower fees for people with lower credit scores. Critics say that plan rewards bad behavior. Rich Johnson, USA News.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying when they really can't speak. She says her gums have been bleeding. Is there anything you can do? Absolutely. You can try New Crest Gum Detoxify and Restore. Yup, New Crest Gum Detoxify and Restore is professionally designed to start healing gums from day one. Right. Healthy gums, healthy mouth.
Crest Gum Detoxify and Restore. Smile, Crest has you covered.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so here we are, closing out a Monday, May Day, and Tuesday, second day of May. Not all that often we get to talk to the Rambler out of the box. Hey there, Rambler.
Man, I know it, right? Praise God, Steve. I'm glad to be on with you. And every once in a while, Taco Tuesday, look, Cinco de Mayo is May the 5th. So save the tacos, burritos, enchiladas, and tamales, all that for Cinco de Mayo. And, you know, you want to go chase them all down some of the devil's mouthwash, you go right on the head. But I recommend you don't do that. But the reason why I'm calling, I'm one proud papa, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
One proud papa. Yeah, man, we had Dobbins High School, Chickasaw High School in Chickasaw, Alabama, had their annual awards banquet tonight. And I tell you, I'm one proud daddy. For those of you who don't know, and most of you follow me on Determined Ministries Church, and I want to thank you for doing so. You know, I've got four boys. I married my wife. She had two. And then we had two together, Donovan and Dane, also known as Little Rambler and Star Wars Dane, or Marvel Dane, because now, you know, with Loki just to come out on Disney Plus, and now we're in Marvel season. But, you know, Donovan is sort of mentally challenged, God's children. Now, that's not enough. All right, it's just the way God made it. All right. He's got what's called Asperger's, where he's on the spectrum of being autistic.
Mm-hmm.
And he's had to work, he's had to fight for everything he's ever gotten as far as his education goes. It's like one of his teachers told me, said, he'll eventually get there, but he's got to take a different route to get there. It may take him a little longer. Steve, I sit there and I watched my son tonight take home the Agricultural Science Award. And they told me that, you know, afterwards that he did better than any other student at that school as far as agricultural and the science that goes behind planting crops and everything like that. And then the part that really got me is when his coach got up there, his baseball coach, Coach Nipper, got up there and he got very emotional. And it got me and my wife emotional. He got very emotional and started talking about how Donovan is just the heart and soul of that baseball team, and how they just rally around. He said basically, Donovan's like our version of Rudy. You know, we just rallied around him, and he's just so beloved by so many people. And no, he can't be valedictorian, or what's the other one called, pseudo-victorian. I guess that's the proper name for it. But my boy got the third highest award that you could have got. And it wasn't handed to him. It just didn't feel sorry for him because he has Asperger's. No, he had to work for it. That was the Chickasaw Spirit Award. And that was voted on by every teacher at that school, all of them. And Coach Nipper said all teachers voted unanimously.
Wow.
That Donovan, every teacher, all teachers, first time that's ever happened, voted unanimously to give Little Rambler, a.k.a. my son Donovan, this award. And God, Steve, it's just to think about how he's fixing to graduate. You know, I'm not going to be working May 15th and 16th because he'll be graduating. And you know, I look back. I recall this little old kid scared to death to go to school when he was 3 years old. He's been in school since he was 3. And now, 18 years old, fixing to walk across the stage and get a diploma that he worked for. Not one of these, things they give special needs kids. And there's nothing wrong with that. That says you went to school for 12 years. No, he worked hard, put forth an effort, and earned his high school diploma. And, of course, got that Spirit Award. Mm-hmm. So, to my son, I'm very proud of you.
Round of applause.
And I'm one proud. Yes, very proud, Steve. And I know you got other callers on here, and I'll call in a little bit later on, but I just wanted to just take this moment to acknowledge my boy. And, and not only that, the other church he goes to, Destination Church, talks about what a godly boy he is, and how he's an inspiration to others. So I'm just so happy to be his dad. Pleasured to be his dad. And I told my wife, I said, I'm just happy that your DNA and our DNA produced a high school graduate. Praise God, there's so many kids that they just drop out. They just quit. They don't put forth an effort, and just want everything handed to them. And I'm just thankful to see that I was a good enough father. My wife was a good enough mother that, we raised a kid that just didn't want anything handed to him. He went and worked hard and got it. And now Star Wars Dane, he's working hard. He'll be a junior next year. So hopefully we'll have one more go across the stage and get his diploma. And I just couldn't be any happier, Steve. But I know you got Eagle and several others calling and want to get online. And I'll try and call in a little bit later on, brother. And, I want to call in because, I want to be able to tell people how they can get a free bottle of Hot Shot, whether it be Stiction Eliminator, whether it be fuel treatment. So, I'll call it. And I know at some point in time you'll tell them, but I want to tell them also,
Absolutely.
So I'll definitely call in, and we will definitely tell them how they can get a free bottle of a Hot Shot product. All right, Steve, God bless you. God bless you, God's children, and I'll shout at you later.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, young Donovan. Way to go. How about that? Unanimous. That doesn't happen often in anything, does it? All right, we're going to get, let's see here. I get a timeout here in a couple moments, but it's 844-844-3388. I guess news just breaking this past evening. In the last several hours, I see a lot of folks sharing on social media. Lost another one of our great musical artists, Gordon Lightfoot, the Canadian folk music icon, whose evocative, poetic songs are literally etched into the musical landscape of Canada, has passed away at 84, according to his longtime publicist. Victoria Lord is his publicist. She said Lightfoot died at a Toronto hospital Monday evening. Cause of death was not immediately available. Born in Orillia, Ontario. Gordon Lightfoot, hailed as Canada's folk troubadour for his soulful music, his stirring lyrics, songs like the Canadian Railroad Trilogy, of course, the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. He explored the country's history, geography, the culture. He's our poet laureate, our iconic singer-songwriter, says Rush singer Geddy Lee. If there was a Mount Rushmore in Canada, Gordon would be on it. Gordon's songs, works of art, every bit as relevant as classic poetry. Even more importantly, Gordon Lightfoot led the way and showed us that you can be true to your roots. You can draw on your influences at home and country, incorporate those inspirations into the fabric of your work, and still be internationally successful. Childhood performer on local radio and regional music festivals. Wrote his first song, the Hula Hoop Song, in 1955 while he was in high school. A lot of images and songs are drawn from this kind of country, he said. All right, so farewell, Gordon Lightfoot. Sundown was one of my favorites. Sundown, and loved that wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, which kind of runs goosebumps up your spine as he told the story. It is 844-844-3388. Welcome into a Tuesday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, according to the report, it looks like we've got a little event going on this week down there in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. Nearby our TNC Radio.live facilities. Texas residents warned by the FBI that what is being described as a week-long nuclear incident training exercise is happening in Houston. It started yesterday. The FBI Houston alerted the public that the exercise will be lasting Monday through Friday of this week, which they described as a large-scale, multi-agency nuclear incident training exercise in southeast Houston and Harris County. The training exercise will not pose risks to area residents. Please do not be alarmed by training-related activity, was the tweet from the FBI Houston office on Friday. Training exercise will take place in and around NRG Park, State Highway 288 to State Highway 146 to Interstate 10 East to Highway 225 and in and around Ellington Field. Please do not be alarmed by training-related activity, including the presence of military personnel, military aircraft, and people in protective equipment. So going back about a year ago, last May, the Department of Energy's National Nuclear Security Administration led a similar exercise in Austin, Texas. More than 30 local, state, and federal agencies were said to have taken part in that exercise. All right, the FBI Public Advisory Friday actually was issued before the same FBI Houston field office began assisting in the manhunt, which apparently is still ongoing, for the Mexican national accused of murdering 5 people there in Cleveland, Texas, as you'll recall. All right, so I guess very, very busy time for the Houston field office of the FBI. Haven't really seen much update. Again, I'm assuming the manhunt continues. Haven't seen anything of any arrest or any new leads. I know last evening what the award for information leading to his arrest was up to $80,000. But let's jump back to Eagle. Wanted to talk about that, as a matter of fact, the shooting there. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, I just got back on the line. I dropped the phone call. I had to recall your number. But yeah, Steve, before I give you an update on this Texas shooting and the chaos that's going on down in Texas, I want to talk to you about something real quick. You know, I thought that these type of things never happened. First time I ever heard of it happening in Illinois. You know, I've seen these type of dust storms up in Amarillo, Texas, when you come across Interstate 40 out of Oklahoma, and I've driven through a dust storm up there where you couldn't see a damn thing up in Amarillo. But this is the first time I've ever heard of a dust storm in Illinois on Interstate 55, just north of St. Louis. I don't know if you've seen the chaos from this accident.
Yes,
they said 6
horrible.
people are dead. It looked kind of like a damn. It looked kind of like the wrecks that they have up on Interstate 90, 90 and 94 up by Michigan. When they have the whiteout snow blizzards. I forgot. I think they said it was over 100 vehicles involved in it. Chain trucks, cars, and everything on 55. It's just a demolition derby. There was cars on fire and everything. If you haven't seen the video, anybody that's listening tonight, you can check it out on YouTube. But it was a real bad scene up there in Illinois, Steve. Yeah. Like I say, I didn't know that they had dust storms like that in Illinois. That's the first time I ever heard of that.
Yep.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a dust storm in Illinois?
No, I mean, I guess they're saying it's the fact the farmers have been plowing the fields, and I guess that loosened up a lot of dirt, and they had 35, 45 mile an hour winds yesterday, and that's where all that dust was coming from.
Yeah. Because like I say, that's uncommon in that area, But that's probably what happened was, like you say, the farmers might have left. Yeah, that might have came from all the farm. Because like I say, I've never heard of an accident like that, unless it was a snowstorm or a blizzard or something. But yeah, the last time I heard today, they said 6 people were dead. When I seen it on the news today. But yeah, Steve, give you this update. As you know, this man And I'm like I told you last night, his name ain't worth mentioning. It looked like he probably don't made his way back to Mexico. He's still on the loose tonight. After 2 or 3 days, they got every police officer, over 200 law enforcement people looking for this man in the Texas area, Cleveland, Texas. But I think they're looking in the wrong area. I think he got the hell out of there as quickly as he did the shooting. I think that they might have missed it. They still searching that general area, but I really don't think he's in that area, because they got bloodhound dogs, they got dogs, helicopters, drones, they got the whole deal over there in Cleveland. If he was there, he'd have to make a move after being, in the woods or whatever for 2 or 3 days. So more than likely he's got out of that area and he's made his way somewhere else, the way I'm looking at it. And they said that he is armed and dangerous because he had other weapons in his home, even though he left the AK-47 or AR-15, that he used it kill these people. But Steve, it's looking more and more like this situation, this is just a rumor that's going on now. It's not no fact, but it's looking more and more like, because they're saying now that there were 15 people in this home.
Correct.
That this man went into. And some people are believing now that it might have been a stash house for illegals, because they were illegal people in this home, and that this guy might have been working for some bad people, and he might have went to the home to pick up some money, and they refused to give him the money. Because, like I said, this is an execution. If you're going into a home, Steve, you just shoot people. You're not going to be shooting people in the head. This guy went into that home with a purpose, and to make a way you prove a point, kind of like the situation that we talked about in California a couple of weeks ago, mafia type killing. This guy here, and like I said, it looks like he might have even had this whole deal set up, because there's, because usually when a guy commits a crime, he's usually caught that same day or either the next day, and this guy's still on the loose, so he might have had a vehicle or another individual waiting for him to get him the hell out of town after he did what he did, because he's still on the loose, and it's a damn shame. But here's something that's even more devastating, Steve. I don't know if you know, I used to live in El Paso, Texas. If you watch the news now, El Paso, Texas is like it's like a third world country. Steve, a couple of years ago, I remember I used to see that on TV. They used to show all these refugees over in Syria and some of these other, now you got Sudan and other countries. And I used to say to myself, well, I tell you what, I'm glad we don't have that problem in the U.S. And guess what, Steve? We now have that problem in the U.S. In El Paso, Texas, the governor or the mayor or whoever he is has declared a state of emergency. You got it's just like it was a couple of months ago. You got people living on the streets, sleeping on the streets. These people don't have nowhere to go. They see an opportunity to come to the U.S. They don't have no job. They don't have no money. They don't have no place to live. You got people that's living on the streets of El Paso, Texas right now, Steve, that don't speak the language. They don't know nothing about America. All they know is that Joe Biden got the border wide open. And the scary part about it is like what we talked about last night, Steve. This Article 42 or whatever the hell it's called is going to expire in a week or two. And they said that over millions of people are just across the border, lined up, ready to make their way into the United States of America. And it's really a damn shame. Joe Biden, Norma Mayorkas, or the so-called border czar, Kamala Harris, has said nothing, and they won't say nothing because they haven't done anything in the last 3 years. So I always ask people, what do you think they're going to do now? Nothing. The same thing they've been doing for the last 3 years. So now the border is wide open. You got people coming in the country shooting people. There's some gang members. I told you a couple of weeks, they already in the country, the gang members and all these other bad people. They opened up the jails in all these countries in South America, and those people are making their way into the United States, and they say, like, we don't have enough criminals in the U.S., Steve. We got to add some more. That's Joe Biden's America. We didn't have enough bad people in the U.S. Now we adding some more people into the country that don't belong here. And then here's another kicker before I hang up with you, Steve. The one of the biggest losers, probably the second in line behind Joe Biden, Lori Lightfoot, Beetlejuice. You probably looked that up. He had the nerve to say that she wants Greg Abbott to stop busing people up there to Chicago. She's saying that they don't have no room for all these illegal immigrants. But those are the same people that want open borders. Those are the same people that want to deorganize the police. But now that they ship them, everything was okay, Steve. Just like you say, those people are nothing but hypocrites. Just like the mayor up there in New York City. they say that they want open borders, but as soon as Greg Abbott started shipping them to New York and Chicago, they changed their tune all of a sudden. All of a sudden, they don't have room for all these immigrants and people that they want in the country so bad. So like I said, I say Greg Abbott, keep on shipping them up there. And one other thing before I hang up with you, see, they got a controversy going on with Greg Abbott. He made a comment, and they trying to blow that out of proportion. Instead of trying to look for this man that killed 5 innocent people, they trying to say that he called those people illegal immigrants that was in their home. Well, they were illegal. There was, from what I understand, there was one person in there that was a permanent U.S. citizen. All the rest of them was illegal. And like I said, instead of focusing on something that Greg Abbott said, you better be focused on finding that man who killed those 5 people.
No
and
doubt.
I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Thank you much, Eagle. Yeah, perfect timing because we got to get our news break here. More to come after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Authorities in Oklahoma say they found 7 bodies on a property in Henrietta and have confirmed 3 of those involve a pair of missing teenagers and 39-year-old convicted sex offender Jesse McFadden. Okmulgee County Sheriff Eddie Rice explained what led up to the discovery on Monday.
We had to wait on the search warrant to go and look. We covering our basis and going in proper like we're supposed to.
Rice says he's not commenting on how the victims died.
We don't want to speculate. We're just going to wait until we find out what all the facts are and everybody's identified.
A crash investigation's underway in southern Illinois after a dust storm pileup that left at least half a dozen people dead and more than 30 injured. Dozens of vehicles were found crashed into each other. Police tell the families this dust storm was massive.
My heart goes out to the families. My heart goes out to anybody that found themselves involved in this particular situation. It sounds like due to the low visibility, the high winds, everything.
Former President Trump is set to appear in a CNN presidential town hall next week in New Hampshire. The network made the announcement Monday saying anchor Caitlin Collins will moderate the event in Goffstown on May 10th. Trump will take questions from local Republicans and undeclared voters ahead of the 2024 GOP primary. One state wants you to play on the sports team you were born to play on.
The state of Texas wants to ban transgender athletes from competing on women's collegiate sports teams. State Representative Valerie Swanson introduced the legislation.
Not only do the physical advantages of a biological male create unfair competition, it also can and has put the safety of women at risk.
Swanson says her bill does not ban transgender athletes from participating in sports. They just have to play on the team that correlates to their gender at birth.
Correspondent John Schaefer. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Texas is trying to ban transgender athletes from competing on girls' collegiate sports teams.
Not only do the physical advantages of a biological male create unfair competition, it also can and has put the safety of women at risk.
State Representative Valerie Swanson says her bill does not ban transgender athletes from playing sports. They can still compete on the team that correlates to their gender at birth. But there are concerns the state will face lawsuits and loss of federal funding if they pass the transgender college athletes bill. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is walking back claims that all 5 people killed in an execution-style shooting last Friday were illegal immigrants. In a statement Monday, the governor's office said they learned at least one of the victims may have been in the United States legally. Authorities said the 5 were killed by a neighbor after one of the victims asked him to stop firing gunshots so a baby in their home could sleep.
Thinking now.
Singer Ed Sheeran returned to the witness stand Monday in his copyright infringement trial in Manhattan. He's accused of ripping off chords from the 1973 Marvin Gaye classic Let's Get It On for his 2014 hit Thinking Out Loud. But the British pop star denies that, saying any similarities between the two songs are coincidence. He defended himself again against those charges, testified Monday. He found part of the allegation, quote, insulting. The daughter of Let's Get It On co-writer, the late Ed Townsend, is suing Sheeran for $100 million. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here, round number 2. So shall we say hour number 2? As we make our way into a Tuesday morning. I just flipped over here. Good morning, Gilligan checking in. Who says, I'm still at the house on medical leave. It's cloudy, 44 degrees, according to the weather station atop the GMA&B Enterprises skyscraper in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Yes. Let's see. Josh chimes in here. He said, in the opening song, it says you've got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come alive. What's the word? Yeah, Detroit. So that's the word. Yes, really makes that Detroit come alive. Monkey Gouger in the house. He says, I still don't have my voice. Maybe I'll check in tomorrow night. Anyway, shout out to the two-time bull hauler, Lauren Weiss. Hey, hello to Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hey, Daniel, Daniel, you're correct. I mean, that's what I was thinking. Isn't that always the case when you have these mass pile-up sort of events? Biggest thing with that accident, with all those vehicles. People are driving too fast for existing conditions. And maybe following too close. All right, Buckeye Boy checks in from Pelahatchie, Mississippi, 52 degrees. Heading over to Mom's in Conyers, Georgia tomorrow and hanging out till I could deliver on Wednesday. Yeah, she's about 11 miles from there, so we'll go to breakfast and then I'll be out. I got a cousin who's been a pastor for many years, and it's published books and has a website called God's Greenhouse. He writes articles that are very thought-provoking and comforting. He puts on Facebook. Very interesting read for people who maybe have a few minutes. And he has a pretty vast following, well known in southern Ohio, where I'm actually from. I'll post a link for the drivers and others to look at if they're inclined to do so on the Overnight Drive website. Everybody have a great night and be careful out there. Very good. Dennis then says, other than being born in Virginia, I've lived in Illinois since I was 2 years old. And just like Eagle said, yeah, this is the first time I've ever heard of a dust storm in this area that I live anyway. All right, Rubber Duck, 94 westbound, Ann Arbor, Michigan, to the house. Good to have you on board. All right, 5-7 checks in. Copy the mail.
Yes, sir. There's all kinds. We could talk about the guns and how the silliness is of it, and I think this illegal. Let's put it this way. I believe he's headed for Mexico. They don't have a death penalty there, and they will not let America. They will not extradite to America unless they guarantee there will not be a death penalty involved. So I think Eagle was right. He's on his way to Mexico. And if he's MS-13 gang, he don't need a car. They'll give him a ride down there. But I just want the story, the good story I heard in that. It just it touches my heart, And let me start off. I had a black lab a few years ago that come out into the property, and I had to have to defend my dog's food, or that female black lab. She would fight me to get to that bowl of food. Well, I get up one Saturday morning and look out the window, and my dog must have heard me open the drapes. He steps out halfway out of his box, and all of a sudden there's 6 puppies out of nowhere. Beautiful puppies coming out around him. And I look at Sue, and I said, Sue, and she goes, yeah. I said, Brody's a boy, isn't he? He goes, yeah. And, well, what it was is that black lab had her puppies there in the box and went off, and Brody was in there with them, and that was the start of it. But I went out one day, and I know this lab she's mother. I couldn't help it. I throwed her a pan of dog food down to her so she could feed her puppies. And this dog would fight for her food. She would tear you apart for food. But when them puppies come in and just gathered around that bowl, I watched that black lab step back. Everything in her to fight for that food, she stepped back for her babies. And they devoured that bowl in no time. Of course, I put the next one up on the dog box and give her, her share. But I seen something in that dog that I hated, by the way. After I seen the motherhood and how it changes female, the story about Cleveland, Texas, was the mothers that fell over the bodies of their children to protect their
them.
children. I don't care where you're from. I don't care where you're from. When I hear that, it just tugs at my heart. Sandy Hook, the teacher, flung her body in over top the children to protect them. Tell you what, I just want to thank God for these women and the goodness of women. I believe my wife would have done the same. The only thing, if I could brag a little bit, when I moved down here to South Carolina, it seems like me and my two sons all got the same compliment. They said, "Are there any more like you up there in West Virginia? And can you get them down here?" Because we work. West Virginia jobs aren't that plentiful, so when you get a job, you take care of it. I don't know any other way. I'm not bragging or anything, but both my sons told me that. They was asking if they knew any more up there in the mountains. Well, I got the same compliment myself. But I think I got the best compliment I ever had just a few days ago, out of nowhere. My son texted me and said, "Dad, thank you for taking us to church." And I didn't know how to react to that. I just said, "I love you, son." But, that's the only thing we can do is, that's the only thing we can take to heaven with us is our children. So you got to actively try to bring them along. And I'm telling you, this is a son that decided to go with the motorcycle culture, Harley Davidson, the leathers, the drinking, the whole 9 yards. So for him, where he's at right now, it's amazing. It's God that pulled him back. It's all right to be cool, but sometimes life, it's a lonely lifestyle if you're going to follow down that path sometimes. But I just wanted to honor those women. I don't care where they're from. They covered those bodies of their children to give them a chance at life, and that's all I got on my heart. I mean,
and both of those children survived. One was an infant. I think the other was just a couple of years old, but they both survived.
To me, that's the biggest story of all. I know we're all interested in them getting the shooter, but I feel like he's already lost. But yeah, I don't know where to go after that except for thank God for our women folk. And I posted a thing on your fan page. It was a transgender saying, "Dare you stop me from going into into the girls' bathroom?" All this stuff. We have a she bear, Miss Millie. She made a comment on there, and I think it's something like, "Yeah, you're not going to look like that when you come out when I get a hold of it." Miss Millie, we got a she bear in the crowd, and I want to honor her because that's exactly what my wife would have done too. So thank God for our women, folks.
There you go.
They keep us being human.
Keep us in line. Yeah, they try anyway. Yeah, as he said, I think most in the law enforcement community are on the same page. Believing he's headed to Mexico or very well could actually be there already. I mean, enough time has passed. The sheriff says he could be anywhere now. But they did update this past day that the Border Patrol officers have been briefed to be on the lookout for this guy if he tries to get into Mexico. Authorities yesterday released new images of the fugitive. The poster depicts several of his distinctive tattoos and warns he is armed and dangerous. The victims, all Honduran nationals, have been identified. Of course, over the weekend, the briefing said that we have zero leads in his whereabouts. But they're urging the public to come forward with any information in the case. They've devoted substantial resources to tracking him down. More than 250 law enforcement officers, $80,000 reward for any tips leading to his arrest. Now, they're actually reaching out to the Spanish-speaking community. The sizable reward is being advertised on Spanish-language billboards. It's actually being communicated to press outlets in Mexico in the event that he's already there. Now, they say, although his current immigration status is not known, he had entered the U.S. illegally and been deported at least 4 times since 2009, according to the ICE source. First removed by an immigration judge March of 2009, deported again in September of 2009, January of 2012, and July of 2016. They have no idea how long he's been here since that last deportation back in 2016. They go through the scenario, how things unfolded, which we've all pretty much heard that story. Going over, asking him, hey, could you stop shooting your gun? I think there's like 3 individuals, actually, I guess, that walked over to his yard and asked him to stop shooting, and he just got pissed off. They told him that they're going to call police, which there's, I guess, some questioning. Why did it take police? They're saying nearly 20 minutes to arrive on the scene. They had called 911, according to reports, like 5 times in a 10-minute period. Somewhere, I believe I saw that that the sheriff said they only had like 3 officers on duty to essentially cover hundreds of miles of territory, if that sounds right. Authorities did get to the scene as fast as they could, but he said his small force covers a large county, and this particular home was about 15 minutes outside of town. If memory serves, I thought the sheriff said he had 3 officers trying to patrol or cover nearly a 700 square mile area, if that's possible. All right, a quick time out. Back to your calls here on a Tuesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I found that blurb there. It was actually from USA Today, as a matter of fact. It said the county sheriff, Greg Capers, explained the delayed police response in the town of Cleveland. It's about 45 miles north of Houston, stating he had only 3 officers covering 700 square miles. And when police arrived, they found a horrifying scene, as he put it. That's a lot of territory for just a handful of officers to cover. Wow. All right, let's get back to the phones here, see what's going on with horse feathers. What do you say? Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. You have to remember, everything in Texas is bigger, so
yes.
I imagine their counties are quite large, and 700 square miles is a pretty large county, and if they're down there, do like what I've always been accustomed to up here, you know, the sheriff is the department, is the police for the county, so that's 3 officers for that entire county, which is, as you say, pretty minimal, but things are pretty sparse down there. So I mean, if you have an officer in each corner, it's, you know, they're not that close to anything other than exactly where they're at.
Yeah.
But anyways, there, I was listening to another channel there earlier before your show started. I heard that Gordon Lightfoot had passed. Have you caught that news yet?
Yeah, I did touch on that. I sure did. Yeah. 84 years old. Yeah.
All right. Yep. So, all right. Well, now you took care of that.
What what was your favorite Gordon Lightfoot? I think my dad used to play Carefree Highway. I was a big fan of Sundown and The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, you guys weren't too far away from the Great Lakes, and I was right up in New York, and you know, with Lake Ontario and the Seaway and all that, and the Great Lakes are always an important part of New York, you know, and their economy and everything. So yeah, we were kind of close, even though we weren't in a lot of shipping. But I mean, at one time, the Erie Canal was a main source of water transportation, and so the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald always meant a lot to us there.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that was probably, and that was probably one of the most current things. Is I was probably old enough to, you know, start remembering music and you know, be listening to music. That was, you know, right about the time that, you know, I was more of that age, you know, because I'm just a couple years younger than you, so that makes it, you know where you were, but anyways, so the other thing I hear on the news there is Texas there, they're still having troubles trying to figure out what to do with the transgenders and which sports they want to play in, and you know, what teams they can play on. And I want to go back to my thing there. I think it's time to go back to segregation. You take your group that are boys and they play with boys, and you take your group that are girls and you let them play with girls, and you take your group that are transgender and you let them play with transgender. Now that'll include both the transgender ones that used to be boys that want to be girls or are girls, and the ones that used to be girls or want to be girls and they're now boys, and they can all be mixed together, and they can all play on the same teams against each other, and they can have their own bathrooms, so they can all intermingle in their bathrooms, in their locker rooms, in their showers, and do whatever they want in there, and they can leave the normal boys alone, and they can leave the normal girls alone, and we'll see how that works out there when they get their major league sports things going there, because we all know what the NBA plays their players and the WNBA pays their players. But what do you think the transgender BA is going to be paying paying all their players at, Your Honor? What do you think the fan base is going to be in
There
the stadium?
you go. How many think
seating
who's going to
capacity-
tune in? Who's going to tune in? If Fox Sports going to pick them up?
How big a stadium? How big a stadium do we need? I mean, are we going to need a stadium that seats 100,000, 200,000 to watch the transgender WBA play there? Or do we need something like maybe 100 seats in there, 100 folding chairs? I don't know. Let's see what they can make for, and the advertising. I know Bud Light's going to be the biggest advertiser there, right? So anyways, I guess that's enough of my nonsense before I get in too much trouble. And on a serious note here, I posted up I guess they call them stories there in Facebook. So I put a couple pictures up, and they're of the 2 years of Wish trailers there from the Make-A-Wish convoy. One's from 2021 and the other one's from 2022. And if you look at them, you'll see there's a difference in the number of stars from 21 to 22. And each one of those stars represents a wish child that has passed. And, of course, they were all granted wishes. And that's just in the chapter there. The Philadelphia, Delaware, Susquehanna Valley chapter is all that represents. But those are the ones that have passed from 21 to 22. And, of course, this year's trailer is going to be updated. So when I see that on Mother's Day, we'll get a picture of that. And maybe I can post a picture of the three of them, and we'll see where we're at from year to year there, But
that'll
every
work.
year we always lose a few more of the Wish kids.
Absolutely.
So,
all right,
but
there, we're going to pause for a news break on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. We're learning more about what happened in Cleveland, Texas Friday in the minutes before a man walked to his neighbor's house and killed 5 people. Police say an appeal to that man to stop firing his gun escalated, and neighbors called police 5 times in about 20 minutes before the man started shooting his neighbors. President Biden says when it comes to finding a way to increase the federal debt ceiling,
the default on the national debt is off the table. For over 200 years, America's never, ever, ever failed to pay its debt.
Biden says the debt ceiling should not be held hostage by MAGA Republicans in Congress. Today in Israel, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he's waiting for a phone call from the president so they can talk about it. If you have good credit, you'll be paying more for a federally backed home loan. Mortgage fees are rising to underwrite lower fees for people with lower credit scores. Critics say that plan rewards bad behavior. Rich Johnson, USA News.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying when they really can't speak. She says her gums have been bleeding. Is there anything you can do? Absolutely. You can try New Crest Gum Detoxify and Restore. Yup, New Crest Gum Detoxify and Restore is professionally designed to start healing gums from day one. Right. Healthy gums, healthy mouth.
Crest Gum Detoxify and Restore. Smile, Crest has you covered.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. options. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Well, according to the Pentagon, yeah, we're tracking another balloon that flew over Hawaii and is moving toward Mexico, according to officials this past day. 3 U.S. officials say the object did not fly over any sensitive locations. It's not clear who's behind the mysterious aerial object. Military, they say, has been tracking the balloon since last week. Said it is not a threat to national security or air traffic. Now, some leaked intelligence documents recently provided some new details on the as many as 4 Chinese spy balloons, including the one that flew over the U.S. Carrier Strike Group before a balloon fell over the U.S. in February. These documents allegedly leaked with hundreds of others over that, the chat service. The big story about the leaker, the guy at the Air National Guard, who is now facing charges. But according to one of those documents he leaked, a Chinese spy balloon at one point flew over a U.S. aircraft carrier strike group, and another crashed in the South China Sea. Not clear when those particular incidents occurred. Of course, we know the Chinese spy balloon that flew over the U.S. in February, equipped with an advanced sensor, capable of seeing through certain materials, according to these leaked documents. It says the balloon's solar panel array was more than enough to power any spying technology, including a sensor that can see through some types of materials and pick up fine details of the Earth's surface. It's called synthetic aperture radar. The sensor can penetrate darkness, cloud cover, and thin material like tarps to reveal what's underneath. Instead of capturing optical images, synthetic aperture radar works by pulsing the Earth's surface with electromagnetic waves, according to NASA. Okay. Release the spy balloon. Here comes another. Who we got on the line there? Mike, I believe it is. Is it Mike or Mark?
Mark.
Mark. How we doing, Mark?
Yeah, pretty good. How are you? I just was listening to the replay from last night, and I heard Monkey Gouger talking about his turbo problem. But I think I had a set of them turbos laying out there in my shop that I took off mine when I converted mine over to a single turbo. Mine was a C13 cat. I never did hear exactly what his was. But I got a set of them laying out there.
Wow. Yeah.
I thought it was funny when he started talking about it.
Well, and the price, I mean, what did he say? They were like $2,400 a piece or something? Like, good Lord.
Yeah. And then they want a cord charge on them.
Yep.
But I converted mine over about 8 years ago to a single turbo, and I never had to trade them in. They were mine, so they've just been laying out there. But one of them ain't that old, ain't got that many miles on it.
Wow.
But yeah, that's all I was commenting about. But the late models, talking about dirt late models, they're coming to the area this weekend. If you ain't got nothing to do Saturday night, they'll be down at Florence, Kentucky, and I'll be down there. If you get away, down there at Union.
Yeah.
At Florence Speedway.
Okay.
They'll be at Atomic Thursday night. I'm going to go down there Thursday. Larson's going to be running down there with them. They're going to run the late models and the Tony Stewart's All-Star Sprints are running Thursday night.
Okay.
And then they go down to Kentucky Saturday night. But I'll be down there if you want to come on down.
Yeah, I think this Saturday I'll be in Georgia, actually.
Oh, okay.
Gonna have to make a quick trip down to pick up the better half.
Yeah. But I got your hot shot secret. I got it in my motorhome, and I made a couple trips so far, and I put the rest in my wife's car.
Mm-hmm.
So,
you noticed any kind of difference, or have you had time to check if you've improved your fuel economy or anything?
I haven't really checked it. I made a trip on it. I went to Southern Indiana, down to a race down there a couple weeks ago. But this will be the biggest trip. I'm going to Atomic, and then I'm going to Florence, and then I'm going to head out to Illinois for 4 races out there. So I'll put a few miles on it then.
Mm-hmm.
See how it does. But anyway, that's all I had. I was just listening to the replay, and I heard Monkey Gouger talking about them turbos. I thought it was funny. I had a set of them laying out there.
Yeah, I'm sure. I bet he wishes he could have got a hold of you about a week and a half ago. You know, might have saved a fortune, right? All right, about 20 before the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, a couple of industry headlines. What do we see here? I think we've pretty much ascertained at this point, since the electronic logging mandate went into effect, we haven't really seen any improvement in safety. We have seen compliance with the hours of service regulations improved. It is not clear that the increase in compliance has equated to improved highway safety. The report from OOIDA this past day. The FMCSA administration recently provided an ELD oversight report to Congress. According to the report, only 0.77% of driver inspections yielded at least 1 hours of service violation in December of 21. That is a significant decrease compared to December of 2017, when 1.19% of inspections found violations. Increased compliance with the hours of service rules reduces the risk of fatigue-related crashes, in whole or in part. to patterns of violations of the hours of service rules, says the FMCSA. But have ELDs actually improved safety? Well, the FMCSA report will not go that far, blaming the lack of a clear answer on unexpected variables like the pandemic. Since the full implementation of the ELD rule, multiple events have occurred that have impacted the use of ELDs, safety, and hours of service enforcement, says the FMCSA in the report. Such factors include the September of 2020 implementation of the new hours of service regulations, hours of service exemptions in response to the COVID pandemic, and the implementation of the FMCSA Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. These confounding factors have increased the challenges related to any further analysis of the ELD mandate, making it difficult to tease out their individual safety impacts. Well, I know one thing we could interject there is the exemptions, the hours of service exemptions that were issued in response to the COVID pandemic that were in place for, several years, right? Ultimately garnered, according to the FMCSA's own data, only 2 crashes involving vehicles operating under that exemption. Both of them were single vehicle crashes, so no fatalities, just two individual crashes. So I think they're just trying to hide behind these so-called confounding issues. Based on the number of crashes in recent years, it would be difficult to argue that ELDs have made any significant improvements to highway safety. Simple fact. And it's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. One other tidbit in regards to the FMCSA, they've announced this past day, Monday, May the 1st, they're moving forward with the creation of a truck leasing task force, where they're going to evaluate some of these lease agreements in the industry and how they might affect safety. At a time when our country needs truck drivers more than ever, we must do everything we can to support the men and women who work in this vital industry. The Truck Leasing Task Force taking a hard look at leasing agreements as part of our effort to ensure every truck driver in the country has good working conditions and can make a good living, which, as we know, many of the lease deals out there leave drivers with not much of anything left come payday, right? You can't make a good living on some of these deals. Now, the task force, which was mandated in the 2021 infrastructure law, looks to end predatory lease purchase practices, which over the years had become fairly widespread with some of these large companies. Among the goals of the task force will be to evaluate the effects of commercial motor vehicle lease agreements and to discuss best practices for future agreements. So it looks like they've got a 9-member truck leasing task force. They announced who's a part of that. Let's see, an independent owner-operator, Tamara Brock with Brock Logistics, LLC. Paul Cullen Jr. with the Cullen Law Firm, so an attorney on the board. Troy Hawkins, an independent owner-operator with TTOH Consulting and Logistics. OOIDA is represented with the Consumer Protection, Jim Jefferson. Let's see, Joshua Kraus, OTR Leasing, LLC, so business input. Caitlin Long with the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, so Teamster representation. Let's see, a larger carrier, Steve Rush with Carbon Express. Another attorney, Leslie TSE, Animal Defense Partnership Incorporated. and an economic sociologist, Stephen Viscelli, PhD with the University of Pennsylvania. That's what makes up the truck leasing task force introduced by the FMCSA. And we'll return into plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, on last night's program, I think during the final hour, the topic of tinted windows came up. And Santa Claus sent an email, and he sent me some photos depicting his very heavily tinted windows, but he said he had a doctor's prescription. He said, I've never heard of such a thing. He said, a little more about tinted windows this morning. After 35 years of driving a big truck, I developed what's called trucker arm because my left arm was always exposed to the sun. I developed a suspicious growth, and my dermatologist prescribed tinted windows or wear long-sleeve shirts. Now, in California, it's illegal to have tinted windows on the front driver's and front passenger side windows unless a person has a medical prescription. Now, so far, I've never been pulled over for having my windows tinted, but I normally run with the windows down and the hard top off when out here in sunny California. I appreciate the update there, Santa Claus. Again, as he's on his cross-country tour, actually headed up into Canada later today. Sergeant MacGyver, what's going on?
Hello, sir. How are you, Steve?
Doing all right. How's your week starting out?
I am in the swamp. I am in Washington, D.C.
Oh, boy. Yeah, the proverbial swamp.
The jobs I take. My week is going good. Great show as always. I wanted to kind of, since you brought up some of the news with the FMCSA and them ducking and dodging the facts, I wonder, and I apologize if someone has said this before, but what if these speed limiters, God forbid they get them through, you know, not only with all the traffic problems and all that crap, but I I think that they will reduce the efficiency even more. The last statistic I saw that the ELDs had created was an overall loss of 15%. And please correct me if I'm wrong, if you've heard some better data than that. But that's what I saw, that the trucking industry overall lost a productivity of 15%. And then if they mandate these speed limiters,
Yep.
you know, well, what are we going to lose? Another 10 to 15%. But the positive and the strange positive of it was, as hard as we fought the ELDs, once they got mandated and we lost this productivity, it did make the rates go up even further. Now, of course, they're so far down now, anything would help, you know. That's what I think. I mean, is it crazy? What do you?
No, I mean,
nuts?
I'm thinking, if obviously for the hundreds of thousands of trucks that are not running on a governed truck or a speed limited truck, you're correctly going to reduce the efficiency. I mean, we kind of broke it down, the number of miles less per day, and you add that up into the weeks. Technically, they're going to have to probably put more trucks on the road to move the same amount of freight, which I think, based on common sense, more vehicular traffic would translate to more accidents. So it would probably have the unintended consequence of reducing safety, similar to what the ELD's done.
Touche, my friend, touche. That sounds spot on. I mean, at some point, they need to take a look at the absolute negatives as they try to create one positive. I'm really curious. I appreciate your reporting on it. I want to see the FMCSA, I mean, produce something solid. Stop the mamby-pamby hiding behind this variable and that variable. Y'all are supposed to be the experts. I mean, it doesn't take a scientist to come up with a theory, and with every hypothesis, they tell you, the high school teaches you, eliminate the variables. Okay, you geniuses want to implement this, then eliminate the variables. You know, make it sense. Make it make sense for us. But again, I just don't see how they're going to do it. It's going to be horrendous. And I think you're spot on with the twice as many trucks. I mean, I am not absolutely opposed to eventually going to electric vehicles, but it's a long time coming. And I think that's something else. Those dedicated routes from the big distribution centers, Walmart, Lowe's, Home Depot, things like that, the electric trucks might make sense. But then I think it circles back to just what you said. They will probably find themselves having to double the amount of trucks on the road just to get the efficiency. And, of course, with electric trucks and full automation, that doesn't necessarily equate to jobs. But I think anyone that thinks that the electric trucks are going to push truck drivers out of a job in the next 5 years is wrong. I think it's going to take a lot longer than they think. Despite Biden's buffoonery and the Democrats' efforts to throw this money at building an electric charging station infrastructure, this is still going to take some time. I find it very interesting. It's kind of like that.
The FMCSA, they kind of have a history in all these things that really look good on paper, but they don't have the knowledge, the expertise of what it's like in the real world. So they do the one step forward, two steps back, and that's essentially what the ELD has done. Yes, your drivers are complying with the hours of service rules, but statistically, you are seeing more crashes now due to the unintended consequence of you're up against that damn clock. You don't stop the clock when your day starts, and you got to get to the destination.
Amen. Amen. You've got it, and I just wish that more people could just grasp the simple concept. That 14-hour day, and I'm a rookie. I've only been at this 14 years, so I'm not an old school trucker. I'm a retired soldier. You know my story, but in the 14 years, I started out in tractor trailers. I run a straight box now, and I make more money, but I don't have to deal with the parking issues. But I was praying that when I got down here to D.C. that I'd be able to park here on site, and thankfully I can so far. But yeah, the parking, the traffic. I mean, I just see what I saw before. You've got these big company trucks, let's say Schneider, J.B. Hunt, whatever, and they're running down the interstate side by side.
Because, the turtle races. I got to pause there to hit my news break, top of the hour. We'll return after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Several people are dead, at least 30 injured after a dust storm caused a massive accident on Interstate 55 near Springfield, Illinois.
The cause of the crash is due to excessive winds blowing dirt from farm fields across the highway, leading to zero visibility.
Illinois State Police Major Ryan Stark says 40 to 60 passenger vehicles and 20 commercial trucks were involved in that crash. That includes 2 tractor trailers that caught fire. The interstate remains closed in both directions. The man who allegedly killed 5 of his neighbors north of Houston over the weekend is in the U.S. illegally. Francisco Oropeza had been deported 4 times before and has multiple illegal reentries on his record.
Hopefully somebody out there can call us. I pretty much can guarantee you he's contacted some of his friends. We just don't know what friends they are. And that's what we need from the public is any type of information, because right now we're just we're running into dead end.
FBI agent James Smith says hundreds of police and the FBI are now involved in the search for Oropeza. J.P. Morgan Chase is buying most of the assets of troubled First Republic Bank after the nation's second largest bank failure. The FDIC had taken control of the bank and began working with J.P. Morgan Chase on the sale to protect the deposits of First Republic customers. That bank failure will cost the FDIC about $13 billion. A new affordable housing plan enacted by the Biden administration today means mortgage fees will increase for people with high credit scores while dropping for people with low scores. The White House says the goal is to create more affordable housing and help borrowers with bad credit and low credit scores get into homes. Critics say it penalizes people who worked hard to get good credit and rewards bad behavior. And COVID-19 can now cause pink eye. Infectious disease experts say the latest mutation of the virus is being blamed for an outbreak of conjunctivitis. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The field is set for Saturday's Kentucky Derby.
It's a full field of 20 horses in the Kentucky Derby.
Number 15, Forte, is the 3-1 morning line favorite for the Derby.
Forte is the Florida Derby winner, trained by Todd Pletcher. The colt will start in the number 15 post position.
Yeah, we're happy with the draw.
Trainer Brad Cox has 4 Derby horses. A pair of them, Hit Show and Verifying, will break from the inside 1 and 2 posts.
I don't think it eliminates the inside horses like it used to with the auxiliary gate, so I'm going to, take a positive spin on it. Hopefully he and Verifying can get good trips from down inside.
Post time for the Kentucky Derby is 6:57 Eastern Time on Saturday. I'm Paul Miles.
A case coming before the U.S. Supreme Court could limit the power of the federal government. Justices will hear the case being brought by fishermen who say the National Marine Fishery Service shouldn't be able to make them responsible for paying the salaries of the government monitors who ride on the fishing vessels. A victory could impact the power federal agencies have over Americans' lives, as well as how businesses operate. It could impact everything from immigration to climate change. More protests are taking place in France over the French president's plan to push the retirement age from 62 to 64. He says the age must be pushed back to make sure the pension fund is solvent. Thousands of angry workers gathered on the streets of Paris today in a huge May Day protest. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you so much. Welcome back. Yeah, we touched on the eastern portions of the country. Going to be a cool week. Well, as the week progresses, as a matter of fact, starting later today, Tuesday, we could be looking for more severe thunderstorms after what's already been a very busy month of April. Frequent, far-reaching outbursts of destructive weather. With this complex weather pattern unfolding for much of this week, a storm system that's going to bring showery weather and cool conditions to much of the west will be also sending pieces of atmospheric energy into the plains. Several opportunities for severe weather to unfold. Again, starting today, Tuesday, when a line of thunderstorms is forecast to ignite in the afternoon from southeastern Colorado through parts of New Mexico and western Texas. While any thunderstorm could produce downpours and localized flash flooding, the main severe risk on into Tuesday evening will be hail and damaging winds. Areas most at risk will include communities just southeast of Pueblo, Colorado, as well as cities like Amarillo, Texas, Roswell, New Mexico. Now, given the recent dry conditions, the gusty winds associated with these storms could lead to blowing dust and quickly reduce visibility. In some locations, we saw what happened with blowing dust this past day as I-55 remains closed till probably midday today there in Illinois. Now, the same system responsible for today's severe weather will again strike the southern and central plains midweek Wednesday. Another potent piece of energy is going to swing through the southern plains. Then on Thursday, reinvigorating the severe weather threat there. Thunderstorms from south central Kansas to central Texas could turn severe on Thursday afternoon through Thursday night, bringing with it a whole host of hazards. Now, in addition to hail and damaging winds, thunderstorms by Thursday afternoon, continuing through Thursday night, could be capable of producing an isolated tornado or two. And that's going to bring some of our big cities from Oklahoma City to Dallas, Abilene, and San Antonio into the mix. So a number of major interstate highways. All right, as the parent storm finally leaves the west and the Rockies by next weekend, it will unleash more thunderstorms over a larger swath of the country. So it appears it's going to be a very active week, again, weather-wise, through the central portions of the country. All right, Sergeant MacIver, welcome back. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, Steve, I'm sorry. I got to jabbering on through the break there. I apologize. You were just hitting on the weather. I was there in the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area today and saw it all. Rain, sleet, snow, sunshine, and they would just do it again.
Wow.
Crazy year, crazy weather. But listen, I appreciate you taking my call about the speed limiters. I'm going to get off here and let other folks get in. A great show as always.
Well, I appreciate you hanging in there. Yeah, I didn't know if you had more for us. That's why I just kind of put him on hold through the break. But yeah, great to hear from you once again. I'll see what Eagle might have on his mind. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Yeah, hello?
Hey, there you are. Eagle, yeah, welcome back.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to say a couple other things. Before I get back to this situation in Texas. I'm back on the road tonight. I headed out, I'm in Louisiana right now. I left Texas today. Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Steve, what would you do in this situation? Today when I left my job over the past week, I understand, we had some drivers, we had a driver pick up a load. We had a driver pick up a load that was supposed to be going to Dallas, Texas, and I didn't know that until I lived in Georgia. I used to, when I lived in Georgia, like about 10 or 12 years ago, Steve. I didn't know that there was a city in Georgia called Dallas, Georgia. Okay, well, we had a guy like this past last week who had a load going to Dallas, Texas, and he took the load to Dallas, Georgia.
Whoops.
because he didn't look at the paperwork correctly. And this driver was terminated, was fired because it cost the company a lot of money, and fuel. Fuel is so expensive now, they had to drive all the way to Dallas, Georgia, and then from Dallas, Georgia, which is that's almost about 800 miles, 800 or 900 miles from Dallas to
wow.
I mean, from Dallas, Georgia to Dallas, Texas. So it cost the company money. So they wasn't very happy about that. And then another situation that we had was, which is totally inexcusable. I've seen this 3 or 4 times in the past year, where guys pick up the wrong trailer number. Can you imagine that, Steve, driving a load, going from, this guy picked up a load in Texas and took it all the way to New York State. And when he was too stupid to check we put trailer numbers on all the trailers that we have a number on that. This idiot didn't check the number, and he drove all the way to New York with the wrong trailer. So they had to send that trailer, the trailer to the correct location, which cost the company money again. So now, like I said, they tell people, make sure you check the paperwork for your trailer number and you check the right destination, because there are some, as you know, Steve, there are some cities that are, there may be 3 or 4 cities in the U.S. with the same thing, just like where this shooting took place in Cleveland, Texas, and you have to make sure that you're going to the right destination.
Mm-hmm.
If it's going to Cleveland, Ohio, and you end up in Cleveland, Texas, you might have a problem. So, so that's something that, some of these guys need to keep an eye on, that type of thing. I make sure I always check my paperwork, because I definitely don't want to go to the wrong destination. But yeah, Steve, I've got some more news. I was on hold waiting before I go to sleep tonight after your show. This guy is still on the loose, so they say, and they still got police looking in this same general area. I think they're making a bad mistake by doing that, because it's obvious that he's not in this Cleveland area. Cleveland area. They checked all the houses to make sure he hadn't hijacked the house. Had people at gunpoint.
Right.
They checked all of the cars, in that general area, and I think they focused it on the deal happened on Friday. It's already almost Tuesday, so there's no way he could be held up in the woods that long. So he's probably don't make his way to another location. They, like I said, they got a warrant. I mean, they got this the reward for this man's arrest. Over $100,000 from what I understand. But like I said, it looks like he may have made his way out. But like I told you last night, Steve, they still talking down in Texas with this deal about the gun situation. All these gun laws, just like Pappy said last night, and I said the same thing. Here's something. I'm gonna put it to some of these Democrats that listen to your show in one way. Maybe they'll understand it this way. When you make gun laws, Steve, this. All you do is take the guns out of the good people's hand, and let the more dangerous people are the ones that have the guns. That's all you're doing when you make these new laws. All you're doing is making it hard for a good man, a good person that has that doesn't want to do something bad with this gun, not to be able to purchase one. The bad people like this guy here, they're gonna get a gun one way or the other, whether they buy it under the ground, under the table, whatever you want, illegal. The bad people are going to have a gun in their possession. Mm-hmm. It don't matter what kind of law you pass for these individuals. So hopefully these idiots, this incident here will show these people that, Steve, that bad people have a way of getting their hands on a gun. Now, one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, that this situation that's going on in America, like I told you in my first call, as I travel around to some of these cities, it's just a shame at all the homeless people that are living on the streets of America. And now we're inviting it. I just seen that on my phone again while I was at home. They said that up to 1 million people, Steve, are waiting on the other side of the U.S. border to make their way into this. As soon as they're just waiting for that thing to expire in a week or two,
yep,
and then they're going to make their way into the U.S. What are we going to do with these people, Steve? With these people, we don't even have enough jobs for American people. What kind of work are these people going to do? What are these people going to do once they get to America? That's the question that needs to be answered. Is Joe Biden going to take care of these people? I think I heard somebody say the other night, when these people get here, they give these people $800 cash money a cell phone and a plane ticket or a bus ticket to wherever the hell they want to go. I want to know where's my $800 at? The U.S. is giving money to these illegal people coming into the U.S. When is the U.S. government gonna give me my $800 since they're giving out money so freely? So, like I said before, Steve, we're the laughing stock of the whole world, just like Donald Trump said when he was in the White House. A country without no borders is a country that's going down the drain, and we're now a country without a border. In the next week, people will soon find it out. Just tune your TV in to what's happening in El Paso, Texas, and you'll see what's going on. And it's a damn shame what happened to El Paso, Texas. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, have a good rest of your morning there, Eagle. It is 17 past the hour. Yeah, we've had several helicopter incidents after 12 soldiers have been killed in 2 separate helicopter crashes. U.S. Army Chief of Staff James McConville has ordered what they're calling an aviation stand-down, essentially grounding all Army aviators except those working on critical missions. Required training is going to have to be completed. The safety of our aviators, our top priority. This stand-down is an important step to make certain we're doing everything possible to prevent accidents and protect our personnel, he says. Speaking to American Military News, during this stand-down, we will focus on safety and training protocols to ensure our pilots and crews have the knowledge, training, and awareness to safely complete their assigned missions. Now, this order yesterday, one day after 3 soldiers were killed and another was injured when 2 Apache helicopters collided in flight there in Alaska. Several weeks ago, 9 U.S. soldiers died after 2 Fort Campbell Black Hawk helicopters crashed in Kentucky. McConville says we're deeply saddened by those we've lost. It is their loss that makes it all the more important that we review our safety procedures and ensure we're training and operating at the highest levels. The Army said in a statement it's going to go over the risk approval and risk management process, aviation maintenance training program, aircrew training standardization and management, and supervisory responsibility. Apparently feeling as though, is it just a coincidence, or is there a problem with training issues, right? It is 844-844-3388. There's Mr. Q. Good morning to all. And yes, I'm still out here playing truck driver every night. Yeah, I asked your brother-in-law. Yeah, he does his daily walk thing. I said, hey, where's Mr. Q? Is he still driving truck? I hadn't heard from him in a while. All right, so good to have you see us. So you're still out there. Good to have you on board. We'll return in 2. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system. allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostромSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Now, when I wrapped things up yesterday morning, I was just sitting at the computer and I was thinking, I wonder if there's any sort of update on Lisa Howell, who had for many, many years, she was our travel agent with Crown Travel and Tours. Yes, she and her husband kind of run the operation for many, many years. Great travel agent. And I was thinking it's probably been about 10 days ago when I mentioned my wife was trying to give her a call to talk about maybe making arrangements for a cruise, or in the next year or so, and got her husband Jim, and he explained that she had been in the hospital for 28 days. What started with a headache that persisted for day number 2, and on the 3rd day, a headache so bad that she couldn't get out of bed. At which point he actually called 911. Got her to the hospital and found a massive growth on the brain, tumor on the brain, and explained to my wife that she'd been in the hospital for 28 days and there's pretty much nothing they can do for her. So I did a little search, trying to find, and I went to actually Jim's Facebook page, which he hardly ever did the social media thing, but apparently her sister-in-law had made a post, and I'm thinking based on the timing, Lisa must have passed away probably the day after my wife spoke to Jim. So I shared a photo of Lisa. Many of you spoke to her, booking your arrangements for the embassy suites there. We stayed at so many times in Fort Lauderdale, or booking your cruises. And I know a number of folks actually, having used her for our cruises, used her for other travel arrangements. Many had become kind of like family with them. So I did post, I'm sorry, I just found out today, but I did a copy and paste from, I guess it was technically her sister-in-law. With deepest sadness and heavy hearts, we inform you that the passing of our loving sister-in-law, Lisa Howell, who passed away, it was actually Tuesday, April the 18th. She said, I'm asking you to please include her and her family in your prayers at this difficult time. Thank you, friends and family. May God rest your soul in peace and give us the strength to bear your loss. We love you, we miss you, and we're so thankful for the love and support for all you've done for us as your family members. Again, from her sister-in-law. I see a lot of folks have commented on that. Yeah, many of our previous cruise friends said, this is quite the shocker. I had no idea. Until my wife had called about 10 days ago. We had no idea as well. But man, oh man, how quickly things can change, right? And I know when my wife spoke to Jim, he pretty much said he had no desire to continue running the travel agency. Not sure what's going to happen there. So, prayers obviously for Jim. No, it's been 10, 12 days ago, but I got to feel sorry for the loss there. And Horse Feathers, I know you've dealt with Lisa many a times over the years, have you not? Well, you actually only took the one cruise. The one cruise
it was
you
actually
took.
just the one time in 19. But we talked to her probably a half dozen times there, and I mean, she's very knowledgeable, and I mean, set us up with the cabin that she thought would suit us the best for what we wanted to have us she actually made sure that we were in the middle of the ship so that we didn't feel a whole lot of the up
motion,
and down, you know, from that you would in the front and the back. And not that we were bothered by it. I mean, we walked around, we did stuff on all parts of the ship there, and we were never bothered by any of it. So, but anyways, now it's definitely sad and too bad to hear that, and to go so quick, you know, to go from just finding out what you have to a month later being gone is pretty dramatic and shocking to everybody involved here. So anyways, man, look at that FedEx wiggle wagon. Boy, they call them wiggle wagons for a reason, man. He went from the lane he's in to the lane to the left of him to the lane he's right of him, and it was only the back trailer. Front trailer and truck were still staying straight in the middle.
Whoops.
I don't know what he's doing. I don't know. He must be doing something there behind the wheel that other than just holding on to the wheel. We'll let everybody else use their imagination to try to figure out what he's doing. Yeah. Some things you just can't unsee, Your Honor. Anyways, I guess I'm going to be going down here past Sergeant MacGyver here. Kind of wish I knew where he's at. I could give him a toot on a train horn and make sure he's awake. But be down here circling the swamp myself here in a little bit, couple 3 times today. But anyways, you know that this ELD thing, and they say they can't get any accurate information. Well, you kind of touched on it there with having the hours of service waived for the COVID pandemic thing, and of course
only 2 individual accidents involved there. I'm going to pause there, yeah, because he wants to talk about the ELD, the hours of service waived, and all that good stuff. We'll come back with that following our news break, and lines available at 844-844-3388.
USA News update. A giant dust storm in Illinois is being blamed for a massive traffic pileup resulting in several deaths and at least 30 injuries.
Approximately 20 commercial motor vehicles and 40 to 60 passenger cars were involved. This includes 2 truck tractor semi-trailers that caught fire as a result of the crashes.
Illinois State Police Major Ryan Stark says the dust created zero visibility on Interstate 55. That resulted in the massive pileup in the Springfield area. JP Morgan Chase is buying most of the assets of troubled First Republic Bank. The FDIC had taken control of the bank and began working with JP Morgan Chase on the sale to protect the deposits of First Republic customers. Cities along the southern U.S. border are worried about an illegal immigrant influx once the COVID-era immigration restriction Title 42 expires on May 11th. The mayor of El Paso already declaring a state of emergency. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What do you think? Would you even notice if Hollywood went on strike? That's the breaking headline. Hollywood's 15 years of labor peace shattered Monday night as movie and television writers said they're going to go on strike, which will bring many productions to a halt and deal a blow to an industry that's been rocked in recent years by the pandemic, sweeping technological shifts. The unions representing the writers said they had voted unanimously to call a strike. Writers will begin walking picket lines today. Their 3-year contract was set to expire midnight Pacific time, which technically midnight Pacific time is about 25 minutes from now. The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, which bargains on behalf of the Hollywood companies, said in a statement that its offer included generous increases in compensation for writers. They said they remain willing to keep negotiating. Primary sticking points, according to the studios, involve union proposals that would require companies to staff television shows with a certain number of writers for a specified period of time, whether they need them or not. The unions representing the writers, the East and West branches of the Writers Guild of America, said the company's behavior has created a gig economy inside a union workforce, and their immovable stance in this negotiation has betrayed a commitment to further devaluing the profession of writing. So we're talking 11,500 screenwriters going up, I guess, facing off against the major studios, Universal, Paramount, newcomers like Netflix, Amazon, and Apple. So I guess this impacts, I guess, like your weekly sitcoms, however many episodes they might have in the can right now would be available, but nothing new will be coming down the pike. So all these programs would have to resort to running replays, reruns, things of that nature, I guess, depending on how long the strike may last. But they'll be hitting the picket lines today. Yeah, I don't think I'll notice any change. I'm sleeping in the evening. Prime time for the evening sitcoms. I couldn't even tell you what's even running on television in the evenings right now. None of them. All right, so yeah, I won't notice a thing. How about you, Horse Feathers? Is it going to break your heart if the screenwriters go on strike?
I'd have to turn the TV on to find out what's happening, but no, I got about, I don't know, I think 15 or 20 emergency TV shows there, the emergency from the 70s. I got about 15 or 20 of them recorded.
Yeah.
I think the grandson's got to have somewhere around 100 of the Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry's. So I think between all that, I think we're pretty well covered. We can keep ourselves pretty well entertained. And as far as the movie industry goes, the only thing I'd see about that is they just keep redoing movies that were already there, and even the primetime TV, they just keep bringing the old shows back and redoing them to be a little bit more modern. It's like, if you're gonna, I thought writers, aren't they supposed to come up with something new and their own brand new idea,
right?
Not reuse what somebody else has already done. But anyways, so hey, speaking of things coming up and happening, are we going to have any special guest Friday morning? Is there anything on the schedule for a guest Friday morning, since I think it's the first Friday of the month?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
A couple years into the show, and that starts falling off the schedule there a little bit. First year, boy, I tell you, the first year we had somebody on there every Friday. We had a guest there every Friday morning. But anyways, we'll see what happens. Maybe we can get back into it. But so anyways, yeah, I'm getting ready. I don't know. I'm coming up to the rest area here on 95. Maybe I should just blow the train horn in case Sergeant MacGyver's there. But anyways, yeah. So come wintertime, when it gets cold and there's not enough trucks to move propane and heating fuel and the other petroleum products, the governments, whether it's the regional area or just state by state, and then they get a group of them together to do it. They waive the hours of service, and all of a sudden, it's safe for us to drive more than 11 hours a day and work more than 14 hours a day, and don't worry about working more than 70 hours in 8 days. That's not an issue.
Mm-hmm.
And as you said, the whole time with the pandemic one, there was 2 accidents, and they were actually local home delivery trucks that do propane, and I don't know if they were rollovers or not. Those poor little trucks are so top heavy. Their center of gravity is so high that they get on any uneven surface, or you put a pebble under one wheel on one side and the whole truck wants to tip over. So if they get caught in a ditch or something slippery and slip off a driveway or something, they just fall over on their side and take a nap. It's kind of like going out cow tipping. So, but anyway, so those were the only 2 incidents, and only involved them, and no extenuating circumstances that I know of. So why don't they take and see about all the drivers that have run more than what they've deemed as safe, when they have a whole pool of drivers out there that have exceeded that, and not just by a little bit, because I can tell you, for my 8-day period, most of the time I was in excess of 100 hours in 8 days, and most of the time for the 7 days, I was within the high 80s to 90s mark, because I was working 7 days in a row. I was working 7 days straight all the way through the exemption. So why not look at somebody like me, or somebody else that has run through the waivers of these hours of service and come up with what
Right.
can actually be done out here. Now the thing about it is the way I run when I'm out here is I still try to run a normal 12, 14, 15-hour day and still take, a decent amount of rest periods so that you're not running, I'm not out here running crazy, running 20, 22, 23 hours and trying to get a half-hour nap and do another 20, 22, 23 hours there. That all left me probably 20, 25 years ago, that able to be out here and run the way it was when I first started, when I got out here, at 19, 20, 21 years old, getting out on the highway, running across upstate New York and then stretching into New England and 2 days straight without sleep and stuff like that. That's kind of long past here. And my body says, nope, we're going to stop taking a nap now. But it can actually still be safely done. And as I say, as long as you kind of get on a schedule and work a regular schedule, it's not a terrible thing to try to do. So I don't know. As you say, how do you get the FMCSA to actually try to find somebody like me or somebody who's run like me to actually be able to calculate those numbers and figure out what I did and how many miles I drove and hours I worked and the speed that I did it at? Because as much as the government waived all the hours of service, the company I pulled the trailers for did not waive being able to drive faster than the maximum posted speed limit. So the whole time I'm doing this with whatever the speed limit is that's around me. And I don't have a governed truck. Well, I shouldn't say that. My truck is actually governed from Peterbilt at whatever the speed rating was for the tires. But I can do the posted speed limit anywhere east of the Mississippi with my truck. So there isn't anywhere that I can't go, that I can't at least reach the maximum speed limit anywhere east of the Mississippi. So given that, I mean, as I say, my governor is what everybody's always said it should be, is your right foot. And I don't know. They should be able to look at somebody like me. But then again, you also have to realize that, you're dealing with somebody that has a little bit of common sense and knows how far they can drive and when they're tired, when they have to stop, when they got to take a nap, and when they need, an actual break period and to do the job. So I don't know. I guess that's about all we can say. And the thing about parking, as I said the other night, these rest areas weren't designed to have trucks sit in them for a full 10-hour break or a 34-hour restart. They were, all this stuff was set up when we had the 8 hours off and in a 15-hour period and, the 10 hours of driving. But you could split all that. You had 8 hours off in your 15-hour period, you were able to keep moving. So you could split your time, but you weren't, you didn't have to sit for that full time off period, so people weren't having to just pull into a place and set up a mailbox and be camped out for that amount of time. And I think that's where a lot of not that parking wasn't ever tight back then, but it seemed like you could get a spot and parking kind of rotated around, the truck stops were busy. Truck stops are dead in the parking lots are wide open through the daytime, and nighttime by 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, you can't get in there and get a spot.
Yep.
So that also goes back to the port that everybody wants to work normal 8 to 5 hours or 7 to 4 or whatever, and the shipping and receiving it isn't being done through the overnight period anymore, so that the trucks are actually not having to move or required to move in the overnight like it used to be. But I don't know. We could go on and on about this, and us talking back and forth about it probably is never going to change anything because this is the way people want it now, apparently. So I guess we'll just keep working in the niche industry and keep doing things so we can stay up and run overnight and talk to you. Because
there you go.
As long as you're out here, I'm gonna keep trying to work at this time of day as long as I can keep talking to you. So
That's
and
nice.
be out here and see if I can find find Sergeant MacGyver and blow my train horn, sneak up behind him, blow my train horn, and wake him up. I don't know where he's at. I'm going to find him. All right, Your Honor, we'll let you go with that. Do your due diligence.
Have a good morning. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll get Senor Heatwave coming up. Looks like Big Sexy is on board. Dude, I got your email about the headline. Arkansas woman indicted in $11,000 sale of stolen body parts. Kind of a weird story. First, who's interested in purchasing your body parts and why is my question. It's almost something like out of a science fiction film, but it's for real. It is 844-844-3388. Got that coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let's check in with Senor Heatwave. How's your week starting out?
Good morning, Senor. Well, it's starting out pretty good. We're on a new bid run with a new team partner, so well, let's hear it for the next 6 weeks. Oh goodness, we're going to be running wild in the West, so we'll see how this works out. At least some bit of sanity is back in, and common sense is back in the West. How long that's going to last, who knows? Oh, let's see here. So the shooting in Cleveland, Texas. The guy's been deported 4 times. You know, we've got laws on the books already that establish we can't sell weapons legally to illegal aliens or those that have felonies. So if the enforcement of those laws are not going to work because they can go around it and get the weapons on the black market, who are you supposed to punish? We, the legal law-abiding citizens, or nuts like him? You know, I posted a little video of some little kid that thought it would be nice to get a little spring-loaded pop-action gun and put it in his little private areas, and he was doing the river dance afterwards. conservatives do not allow liberals to have guns. I mean, he was doing the river dance pretty good. You feel sorry
I
for
saw
the
that
kid,
video. That was funny. Yes, that's funny as hell.
Sometimes you have to, if you can't learn through your eyes and your ears, you're gonna have to learn through your butt or the little pieces of twigs and berries. So, and he learned it the hard way.
You reckon he'll do that again?
Oh, well, if he's liberal, he probably will. But if he's got some conservative parents that said, "See, you don't do that," then maybe he'll learn. So, did you by chance see the? I guess it was a Senate hearing on gun control, and Adam Schiff was up there being his pontifical self, saying we need to outlaw these guns because they're just weapons of war. And there was senator, probably a representative. I can't think of the guy's name, but he's a black gentleman. I think his last name is Hunt, a representative out of Texas, and he is a war veteran. And he's like, what is a weapon of war? He says, the Apache 64 helicopter, oh yeah, that is a massive weapon of war. He said knives are weapons of war. Guns, obviously. He says, but if you're going to start banning guns, you have to look at the statistics. And he says the rifles are not used, but maybe in 6% of the crimes committed. He says by far it's the handguns that are used in the commission of crimes more often than not. And he said he owns an AR-15. He says not only for protection, but it's also, to keep him, go out and do target practice to make sure he still has that muscle memory,
right?
Of keeping things sighted in and whatnot. So he's like, why are you punishing me? And he was talking about, I guess the what set it up was the school shootings. These crazy liberals going in and just blowing up the place before they either take their own lives or get shot down in the commission of the crime. And he says, we here at the Capitol buildings and surrounding areas, we are pretty safe. We have a D.C. police force that takes care of us. He says there's a guy outside of this door with a gun to make sure some nut doesn't come in here with the gun and try to do us harm. He says, and that's not even half of it. He says, some of you guys also pay private security that have guns for your protection.
Sure.
He says, what are we doing for the children of this country in the schools? How are we protecting them? Just an absolute brilliant argument there. And of course, Steve Schiff's got those big wide eyes like he just sat on a whoopee cushion that surprised him. He's trying to act all pious, and that guy is absolutely full of it, full of Schiff. So, it's not the guns that are the problem, and we've said this before, and, it's almost like we're preaching to the choir out here. It's the people pulling the trigger. Crazy people that they may get the guns legally, purchasing them, but with their frame of mind, are they really legally in ownership of the guns? You don't want a crazed liberal out there that says, he can't make up his mind whether he's male or female, and feels like that if he cuts his scrotum, that it's going to grow right back with another set of testicles in there, and it's like, no. So yeah, we definitely are the laughing stock of the world, and it doesn't help to have Jackass Joe up there pontificating it's my way or the highway. Well, I sure hope in more years the American populace will have learned, what damage can be done in 2 years, and it's always easier to tear something down than it is to build it up.
I mean, you're hearing on the news breaks where Joe Biden, out of his own mouth, saying, that we got this debt limit, the debt ceiling coming up, and we may be out of money June 1st. Yeah, Republicans presented their proposal, and Democrats always say, well, why don't you work with us? Let's meet in the middle. Yeah, we made a presentation. Now Biden is coming out and saying we need a clean debt bill, no negotiation whatsoever. Yeah, my way or the highway, no negotiation.
Well, in that case, he's right. I will not negotiate with him if he's going to be throwing out these obstacles. It must be clean and nothing. We must raise it. Well, we lost a credit rating a while back from AAA to AA, and that was under, the Obama administration with Jackass Joe as VP, because of spending. And all these people coming in from the border, I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to suck on the teeth of the American taxpayer, expecting, or I should say demanding, that we give them all this stuff for free. Mm-hmm. And if they were smart enough to realize that if they have to pay a...
Yeah, I apologize. I got to hit my news break here. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden has invited several top congressional lawmakers to the White House to discuss raising the debt ceiling. Biden called House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and other leaders today to invite them to a White House meeting on May 9th. The invite comes after Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen told lawmakers today that the U.S. could default as early as June 1st if Congress fails to act. 6 people are dead, at least 30 injured after a dust storm caused a massive accident on Interstate 55 near Springfield, Illinois.
The cause of the crash is due to excessive winds blowing dirt from farm fields across the highway, leading to zero visibility.
Illinois State Police Major Ryan Starrick says 40 to 60 passenger vehicles and 20 commercial trucks were involved. The suspect in the deadly shooting of 5 of his neighbors north of Houston is in the U.S. illegally. Francisco Oropesa has been deported 4 times since 2009.
Hopefully somebody out there can call us. I pretty much can guarantee you he's contacted some of his friends. We just don't know what friends they are. And that's what we need from the public is any type of information, because right now we're just we're running into dead ends.
FBI agent James Smith says hundreds of police and the FBI are now involved in the search for Oropesa. All depositors of First Republic Bank are being protected following the bank's failure. Speaking at a small business event at the White House, President Biden said regulators have taken action to facilitate a sale of the bank.
These actions are going to make sure that the banking system is safe and sound, and that includes protecting small businesses across the country who need to make payroll for workers and their small businesses.
JP Morgan Chase is buying most of the bank's assets. Another balloon is being tracked. This one has floated over parts of Hawaii, but it didn't cross over any sensitive areas. The balloon now slowly floating toward Mexico. It's not believed to be transmitting any data. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A new affordable housing plan enacted by the Biden administration today means mortgage fees will increase for people with high credit scores while dropping for people with low scores. The White House says the goal is to create more affordable housing and help borrowers with bad credit and low credit scores get into homes. Critics say it penalizes people who worked hard to get good credit and rewards bad behavior. There's now another lawsuit in the saga between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Disney. The board backed by DeSantis is countersuing Disney for the state's control over the theme park. Disney sued the board last week, saying DeSantis was retaliating against Disney for the company speaking out against Florida's Don't Say Gay bill. DeSantis said his battle is against woke companies, but some Republican leaders in Washington think DeSantis is going down the wrong path. The state of Texas wants to ban transgender athletes from competing on women's collegiate sports teams. State Representative Valerie Swanson introduced that legislation.
Not only do the physical advantages of a biological male create unfair competition, it also can and has put the safety of women at risk.
Swanson says her bill does not ban transgender athletes from participating in sports. It just says they have to play on the team that correlates to their gender at birth. Pilots for American Airlines are getting closer to a strike. 99% of pilots that voted authorized a strike. The Allied Pilots Association says the pilots are looking for pay raises and improved scheduling efficiency. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then. Welcome into a Tuesday, second day of May. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. And I was just looking at the little weather map Big Sexy sent me from Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer's like the storm chaser, the tornado chaser guy at AccuWeather. And he's got a map here that says, this is exactly what happens when you have an energized subtropical jet coupled with a warm NPO, whatever that is. Troughs deepening in the western U.S. with 2 or 3 days of severe weather in Tornado Alley, each trough. Put on your seatbelts, everyone. May is going nuts for severe weather in the central and southern plains. Uh-oh, that sounds real encouraging.
Yeah, it don't sound encouraging at all to me. That's actually a video, and I just caught it at when it looked about its worth, and done the screenshot of it for you. But yeah, they're projecting that it might get bad during the month of May.
Okay.
You like the story about the woman selling them body parts?
My bigger question is who is in the market to buy body parts, and what the heck for?
That was my question. I don't know what they're using them for. One of the bigger stories to come out of Arkansas today was Hunter Biden being in a courthouse in Batesville, Arkansas today, or yesterday, I mean.
Yeah.
And that judge has ordered him to turn over his financial papers. He turned over some of them, and stuff was redacted on it, and she said that there was no reason for that to be redacted, to turn it over, and she ordered both sides to do it, if not, they'll address that in a pre-trial deal, I think later this month or next month. So may actually get a look at where some of that money's going.
Mm-hmm.
And it includes, they're wanting to know about finances from foreign countries and all that, and even family members. I mean, they're going after him. So it seems kind of funny. It might be a deal where he's trying to get his child support lowered that actually brings out some of that.
That's what I'm trying to figure out what that meant when they said, the FBI's had that laptop for years now. Wouldn't it be amazing that his trying to reduce his child support actually brings it all to light and brings him down?
Mm-hmm. I think he's having to pay that woman like about $20,000 a month.
A month, yes.
Baby.
Yep.
I mean,
correct.
a child.
Yep.
Not a baby. It's a child that he not denies he is, but they've already fraternity's already determined it is. Of course, the Biden denier, and she's also trying to get the baby or the child's name changed over, last name changed to Biden. So the child will have a better claim toward
claim to
inheritance
fame.
deal.
Wow. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess because when their time comes, I mean, all these millions in the Biden family is going to get split up somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah, eventually down the line, when Joe's gone, Hunter's gone, it's glad to be split up somewhere. If it don't go back to the foreign countries they come from. But, that seemed odd, and they whisked him out of there right after it was over, They did a reporter, I was reading his tweets about it. They couldn't have any recording devices in there, but so it wasn't no film of it, but the whole first row behind the lawyers and stuff there, with their tables, was blocked off by Secret Service, and then there was heavy Secret Service and police presence, and as soon as it was over, they whisked him out of there and he was gone. But that judge has ordered that any proceedings in that deal, he has to attend them. He was just sending the attorney, and she said no.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a woman judge. She said no, that won't work. Both parties have to be there from now on. So we'll see where it goes, but yeah, I wanted to get those two things in there to you, and I know you probably already talked about that I-55 in Illinois.
Yes, yeah, that's going to be shut down till midday today, maybe afternoon today.
Yeah. All that from dust. I mean, that wind can blow dust a long ways. But I'll let you get on to your next caller. I just wanted to touch base on all that, and everything else going okay?
No complaints on this end. Another week, as they say. All right.
Another week above ground.
That's it. That's a good thing, right? That's all right. Well, thanks for checking in, Big Sexy. Let me see here. So with that, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, the whole Hunter having to appear in court. James Comer, the representative from Kentucky, says he's anxiously awaiting Hunter's financial disclosures during this contentious paternity case, including any admission that Biden owned the infamous laptop abandoned at the Delaware repair shop, and just how much money he makes selling his artwork. Yeah, we've learned a lot about Hunter Biden's finances, as well as the Biden family finances, with respect to their influence peddling. But there's still a few missing pieces. I'm interested to see whether or not they admit the laptop is theirs. Of course, we know it is, but he's denied that from day one. And Joe Biden said in front of the American people in the debate between he and former President Trump that, in fact, it was not his son's laptop, but rather it was Russian disinformation. Yes, that clip, I think I shared that again about a week ago that came up. Yeah, Biden and Trump sparring about, Trump's like, here we go again. You're telling us Russian disinformation? Here we go again. Russia. Now, Comer added he's anxious to see how much money Hunter Biden's made selling his high-priced artwork, and if we can find out who, in fact, is buying that artwork, along with whether or not Hunter has offshore accounts. Now, Comer said a House panel will likely be calling Secretary of State Antony Blinken to defend his previous statements about Hunter's laptop. He said he believes there were many in the Obama and Biden administrations who were allegedly aware of Hunter's influence peddling scheme. Yes, some committee will bring Blinken in at some point in the very near future to determine whether or not he wants to revise his statements now that evidence has come forward that proves that he was not truthful about the laptop. Maybe it was an oversight on his part, you think? But what we do now, from our investigation, the Biden family influence peddling is that part of what Hunter Biden would do when he would go to our adversaries, the Chinese Communist Party, saying he had family and friends in high places. Of course, the president continues to not tell the truth and say he didn't know anything about his son's business dealings. Now, we believe there were many other people, both in the Obama administration and the current Biden administration, that Hunter was in constant communication with, that he was helping to bring in on his influence peddling scheme. And it's also suspicious that the CIA director, William Burns, and a former Obama White House lawyer, among others, reportedly met with none other than Jeffrey Epstein. It's very frustrating that the law enforcement and intelligence community will not be transparent with this investigation. This is something I think every American is interested in. There's a lot of conspiracy theories out there. Yeah, there are a lot of very influential men in very high-ranking positions in every industry in America, including the federal government, that would link to Jeffrey Epstein. We hope to learn more about who was involved in that. Okay, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Several nights ago, I mentioned it just seemed rather odd that Susan Rice announced she was, exiting the White House literally the day before Joe announced he was running for 2024. And former House Speaker Newt Gingrich, he says over the weekend he sees maybe a new lurking threat in the political arena. And he's officially sounding the alarm about it. He was on Fox News Sunday Morning Futures. He warned that a major departure from Joe Biden's White House could actually portend the rise of a different Democrat administration. Speaking on Marie Bartiromo, Gingrich pointed out that the departure of Susan Rice, the domestic policy advisor, could be the first small step toward the return of, who do you think? The Obamas. Now, both of them, Gingrich and Bartiromo, felt the timing of her departure literally just a day before Biden officially announced was more than just a little suspicious. At the very least, Gingrich said Rice's departure was a sign that she disagreed with his kamikaze reelection bid. But if there is a Democrat cadre that's looking to remove Biden from his post, whom do they have in mind to fill that void, he says. Oh, there, enter Michelle Obama. The former First Lady has long been bandied about as a potential, the next big thing for the Democrats. And despite her strong protest of the idea of her running for president, she has not been able to shake the rumors that she's running. Now, based on what Gingrich and Bartiromo have seen, it's beginning to look like it's more than just rumors. Do you believe Susan Rice leaves the White House the day before Biden makes his announcement? Do you think that's a coincidence? To which Newt says, I feel that this is very significant. I don't know if she's going to be managing someone else's campaign, if she's actually going to run to challenge Biden. What do you think's going to be on here? But clearly the Democrats are divided over Biden's reelection bid. Well, he says, I think at a minimum, it's probably a sign that she said, don't do it, referring to, to Joe Biden to run again. And Biden said, I'm doing it anyway. And I think she just didn't want to be a part of a Biden reelection bid. Now, that's when he expressed a bit of shock about, did you catch the clip over the weekend? Yes, that is Michelle Obama on stage at a Bruce Springsteen concert as she's playing the tambourine. Michelle Obama, 9,000 people at an event with Oprah in Los Angeles, no less. Gingrich said, I think the Republicans had better pay some significant attention to Michelle Obama. I hadn't believed that until I actually saw her on stage with Bruce Springsteen, and I think, you know what? This is not a person that's hiding. She's kind of front and center. Okay, so the plot kind of thickens, you think? And it is 844-844-3388. Who we got on the line here? I'm not seeing a name. Is it Philip possibly, or who we got?
It's JR. Your thing there was quick. Couldn't tell me what I wanted.
Well, what's going on, JR?
Oh, not much. Hey, I'm trying to get my hazmat endorsement. I wanted to ask Sports Feather or somebody. I done my fingerprint check yesterday. They told me it'd be 60 days. Well, I got up last night, got an email from FMC. It says, congratulations, you passed everything, and says that they're going to turn into my license the state you're in. I just wondered, do we get a certificate, or do they just turn it into the license branch? I wonder how that worked.
So you got an email or a letter?
No, I got an email from FMC.
Okay.
Yeah, they said they email you. Says congratulations, you passed everything, and they're gonna contact your state your license in. So I didn't know what that means. I don't know if you get a certificate but she said it could take up to 60 days to get
right
to pass or whatever.
Okay.
So, I just done it yesterday morning. So I just wonder how it works. I don't know. If somebody, the horse feather them know how it works. They get a certificate when they do it, or
Okay. All right.
or what they get.
Yeah, because off the top of my head, I do not know the answer to that question. So.
Yeah, it's all new to me. I'm trying to get my hazmat now, so I start a new job here in a couple of weeks for R&L, so I got to get all this going here. But
Yeah, right,
yeah,
right.
It's new to me. I don't know. They
Okay.
won't. They don't tell you nothing where you get it done at. So she just said be looking for an email. Well, hell, she said 60 days. Well, that's 24 hours. I got an email.
Yeah,
So,
that does seem
be
kind of
like awful
odd,
quick.
but yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, all right. I thought I wanted to see if somebody knew how it works.
I bet you we can get an answer to your question in fairly short order. So I just turn up that radio, stick around. All right, John, let me see here. Coming up, news break is just about a minute away here. But lo and behold, for all those who I guess have held off, refused to get the shot or the jab, whatever you want to call it, for the COVID, those federal workers or federal contractors like my daughter, guess we got the good word this past day. The United States will end its COVID-19 vaccination requirements for federal employees and contractors, as well as international air travelers, on May the 11th, when the public health emergency ends. So said the White House this past day. And Health and Human Services also announced that they'll start the process to end vaccination requirements for Head Start educators, CMS-certified healthcare facilities, and certain non-citizens at the land border in the coming days.
USA News update. A giant dust storm in Illinois is being blamed for a massive traffic pileup resulting in several deaths and at least 30 injuries.
Approximately 20 commercial motor vehicles and 40 to 60 passenger cars were involved. This includes 2 truck tractor semi-trailers that caught fire as a result of the crashes.
Illinois State Police Major Ryan Stark says the dust created zero visibility on Interstate 55. That resulted in the massive pileup in the Springfield area. JP Morgan Chase is buying most of the assets of troubled First Republic Bank. The FDIC had taken control of the bank and began working with JP Morgan Chase on the sale to protect the deposits of First Republic customers. Cities along the southern U.S. border are worried about an illegal immigrant influx once the COVID-era immigration restriction Title 42 expires on May 11th. The mayor of El Paso already declaring a state of emergency. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? We'll get back to the calls here. Everybody excited about the farewell tour. Aerosmith will be touring a city near you for one last time, they say, to celebrate their 50 years together. 50 plus years, that would be. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame band announcing Monday dates for their farewell tour called the Peace Out Tour. Starting September 2nd in Philadelphia, it'll be a 40-date run of shows that will include a stop in their hometown of Boston on New Year's Eve, no less. It will end January the 26th in Montreal. Joe Perry said, the guitarist Joe Perry said, I think it's about time. He said the group with frontman Steven Tyler, bassist Tom Hamilton, drummer Joey Kramer, guitarist Brad Whitford learned from the staging and production from their recent Las Vegas residency shows. Perry believes the time to say goodbye is now, especially with every founding band member over the age of 70. Tyler's 75 years old now. You know, it's kind of a chance to celebrate the 50 years we've been out here. Yeah, you never know how much longer everybody's going to be healthy to do this. It's been a while since we've actually done a real tour. We did that run in Vegas, which was great. It was fun. But we were kind of anxious to get back on the road. So looking forward to digging into their catalog of classic rock and roll songs. Jamie's Got a Gun, Living on the Edge, Crazy, and Walk This Way. What's your favorite Aerosmith song? Going to get tickets to see Aerosmith. What do you say, Scotty?
Another damn Paradise, man. Did you ever get a chance to see Aerosmith? Because I know, didn't they cancel the concert there in Cincinnati at one time when you guys were supposed to go?
Correct. He fell off the damn stage somewhere, and they had to cancel. Right. Yeah, we had tickets for Aerosmith, and ZZ Top was supposed to be that night, and they canceled the whole show.
Dang. I was supposed to go see him when I was in Europe, and they canceled the show for something, and I never did get to see him. And I haven't looked to see what the tour dates was. I would like to see him. They actually were one of my favorite bands. They go all the way back to, Toys in the Attic.
Growing up,
way back when. Yeah. And to answer the question on the hazmat deal, that's all you got to do is just go to the DMV. They don't send a letter out anymore for your hazmat. You just go to your DMV where you got your license from, and they'll have it on file. They don't send a letter out anymore. So
okay,
get on down there, take your test, and it's all there.
So they'll digitally transfer it, kind of like over to his DMV in the state or whatever?
Right.
Okay.
That's it. Back to what we were talking about earlier this morning, taking prayers at the gym and, for Lisa's family and everything. That was kind of a shock.
Yeah, sure was.
And no idea. I don't know if you talked about that yet or not. I tried to call it earlier, and I ended up with a bunch of traffic and everything. But, so, are we ready to do another cruise then?
It's being discussed. That's all I know. We haven't settled on any dates
discussed.
Which ship do you think we'd want to take? I mean, don't they have a new one coming out, or the Mardi Gras? We've never been that's I guess that was the newest ship since we last been on a cruise.
Celebration is the newest one, and then the Jubilee will be out in December. Of course, those are the three big ships. Those are the XL class, right?
Okay.
That's what they're called.
Right.
Now, Tim Jim and Carolina Ghost Rider, they have been on. They went on the Celebration back in February, and of course, I'm scheduled to go on the Jubilee next May. But and of course, it's out of Galveston. But that's what I was wondering. I didn't know. Of course, we've always gone. We've been on the Dream class a couple times. That was one of the bigger boats then. But you look at the Dream or the Magic that's sitting next to the Celebration and the Mardi Gras. They're small boats.
Mm-hmm. Comparatively, yep.
Of course, I didn't realize. Of course, we've been on the Miracle 3 different times. I didn't realize just how small that boat was compared to the newer ships. The Spirit class is actually, like I said, I never realized just how small it was. But I'm going on the Spirit in September. But I was looking at some of the itineraries and everything. We talk sometime like October. I don't know. I have to kind of get a feel for what everybody thinks, but one of the stops that everybody's, all my friends are talking about is, what they call the ABC, Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao, which I think all of us have been, we've gone to Aruba and Curacao a couple times, but, Bonaire is another stop.
And I think I liked Curacao more than I liked Aruba. That stop we made and the beach we found there, that was a really super stop for me anyway.
Well, Aruba was too damn expensive. $9 for a can of beer.
Exactly.
For a 12-ounce can of beer, $9. Come on. They, of course, they treated us well and everything there. I have no complaints. I like the beach and everything. But one thing I didn't like about Aruba is the water's not clear. It's murky. It's, you know, you can't see down in the water. You know, but, you know, like I said, the Bon Air, everybody says that's a, you know, good stop. You know, I don't know what.
I don't think I've ever been to, of all the places we've been, I don't think I've ever been to Bon Air.
No, that's fairly new for Carnival.
Okay.
You know, the Bon, like I said, they call it ABC. You know, Aruba, Bon Air, and Carousel.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't think none of us have ever been to the Roatan, Honduras either, have we?
No.
You've been?
Nope.
Because okay, there's Mahogany Bay, I think is what they call it, but you know, I mean, there's several different itineraries that'd be good. You know, I mean, next year I'm doing, you know, Cozumel, Mahogany Bay, and Costa Maya. You know, which is 3 stops I'd never been to before. Well, I've been to Cozumel before, but you know, like I said, I think that would be interesting. Taking like to do the Mahogany Bay and I don't think we've ever done a Jamaica stop either. Have we?
I don't know. If, we did one. I don't know if you were on that one or not. You might have missed that one. Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
I think one time we've done Jamaica.
Okay, like I said, I missed that one.
And I don't know if I just look like the kind. I don't know. Do I look like the kind of guy that's interested in the devil's lettuce? Because I swear everywhere I went, there was somebody trying to drag me out behind to buy some weed.
You know, that's what I've heard about that. Like I said, you know, I've never seen that on the islands. I know I've heard Jamaica was one of the worst. But,
Yep.
you know,
I mean, they'll sell it to you. I mean, I guess
I would like to go.
they'll sell it to you. You're allowed to buy it, but I mean, if you're trying to bring it back on the
Get
ship,
back on the boat with it.
that's where you get in trouble. Now, I will tell you this: that evening, once the ship departed, everybody was out on their balcony smoking their weed. You could smell it.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, it was really bad on that Alaska cruise. And of all the cruises I've been on, I had never ever smelled it near as bad as what I did on that Alaska cruise.
Really?
But I will say one thing that, Carnival is really cracking down on that now. I mean, they're getting to be, you know, they got drug dogs, canine dogs on the ships.
Oh, really? Wow.
You know, and you know, of course, you know, you got all the Karens and the Neils there that'll take and, you know, rat you out if they smell it. You know, I mean, I wouldn't take the chance on it anymore. You know, which I don't do it anyway, but I'm saying.
Right.
You know, the people that get on the boat, you know, and there's going to be somebody taking drop a dime on you for doing something wrong. Like I said, I don't care if somebody does it, but you know, you go to Vegas nowadays, how you walk down the strip, you know, that's all you smell. It's prevalent everywhere you go nowadays.
It's legalized, though, right? I mean, that's like legalized in Vegas, and
right.
Yeah. So.
It's legalized out there, but you know, technically you're not supposed to walk down the strip smoking it, but they do.
All right.
You know, I mean, you know, like I said, you know, you walk out of the hotel, you know, I mean, like Harris, you know, you walk out of the strip from the front door there, and I mean, it just reeks of weed. You know, and I mean, you'll see people, you know, be passing a joint back and forth with each other, just walking down the strip. But, you know, but I mean, like I said, to each their own. I don't care. But, you know, yeah, the whole deal with the weed and stuff like that. Like I said, they've been posting a lot of memos and stuff directly from Carnival about it. You know, they'll put you out in the next port or whatever, you know.
Yep. Find your way home.
You know, the smoking and everything out there. Yeah. You know, the smoking, some of the boats we got, you know, the non-smoking casino and everything, but I mean, it's getting down now to where if you're a smoker, you've only got like one place you can go smoke a cigarette. You know, and then, you know, of course, the casino, half the casino's non-smoking, which never made no sense to me because it's so small anyway, you know. Yeah, of course I don't care. I quit smoking a year ago, so.
You've been able to stay off? Really?
Yeah. It's been just a little over a year.
I'll be darned.
You know, I will admit, 3 different times in the last year I did try to smoke a cigarette. I smoked about a half one. I was done. You know, one time I was in Vegas, I was drinking. One time I was on the Alaska cruise, I was drinking. And then I was at the bar here, 4 or 5 months ago, and I was drinking. So
Yeah.
when I drink, I still want one that they don't taste good. But anyway. Well, I'll get off here. I've rambled on about as long as I want to.
All right. Hey, thanks for checking in. It's been a while, and
Talk to y'all later.
we'll be in touch. There you go. Yeah, all right. I guess it's 844-844-3388. Let's get the definitive answer. Did he give the correct answer? Everything gets downloaded digitally. Is that the correct?
Yeah. Everything goes automatic there from when the federal government does the background check to your state motor vehicle department there that you put down was the one that was going to be requiring it to do your hazmat. But you got to check into what all the new regulations and trainings are, because in the last couple of years here, we've had a whole bunch of new training regulations come in. So it's, starting the hazmat, I'm not sure how much it is just to add the endorsement, but I'm pretty sure it's whatever right from the very beginning of taking the CDL for adding the hazmat. So, not that you got to redo your whole CDL, but the training, whatever the training requirement is for it. So there might be some classroom time that's involved now. I don't know what all the new requirements were that got put in with all this training, and that had to required training to get your license, because it's not what it was a few years ago, and it's way nothing like what it was when I got my license. So, but that's the first step there is the background check with the fingerprints, and then you got to take the test and everything. And so, but as I say, I don't know if there's any required training that has to be done. If you have to have any hours of actual classroom training for the hazmat now, on top of just taking the written test.
Okay.
So I guess when he's there at the motor vehicle department, he's either found out about it or he will find out about it very shortly. But now as far as that goes, and they just give you a blank time, they just say, well, it could take 60 days or, 3 months or whatever, because they never know what the backlog is of the FBI and doing the background checks. And of course, it's the same background check that the TWIC uses, which is the same background check that you use for a passport. And then anybody else is getting clearances for, the Army bases or, to go to the White House or the Pentagon, or, I've had background checks to do all those. And it's like, how many times can they do the same background check over and over and over again? And of course, it's the same background check you get for your real ID. When you've been updating your driver's license to get that special star on your driver's license for the real ID, so the TSA knows who you are. It's all the same background check, and you just keep paying for the same thing over and over and over
Right.
again. So I don't know. Somebody's making money somewhere on this deal for taking fingerprints, but we'll see. But so far, it sounds like he's in the right order there. But yeah, it could come back as short as one day, and if there wasn't anything going on, and his just got shuffled through right to the top and got it back. But yeah, sometimes they can take a couple months. So they always tell everybody with hazmat, always start your renewal, 4 to 6 months before your license is going to expire, to make sure you get it all done before you're out there trying to do your job and everything expires and you're out there on a expired license or hazmat or whatever. But anyway, so we'll let you go with that, and we'll catch the rest of you here watching you on the radio.
Thank you for the rest of the story, as they
At
say.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons carbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, about 8 before the hour, and it is 844-844-3388. 5-7, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm just making a comparison. I got a kick out of the story. I don't know how much they said that Hunter Biden's former prostitute was bringing in. That's sort of neat. I assume she don't have to do that trade anymore with that kind of money coming in. But it set me back, back in the days of Jericho. They sent spies into Jericho, and you ended up Rahab the harlot delivered Israel, and she put a flag, and she was delivered, her and her family. Jesus, I guess he had a former harlot, wash his feet and dry his feet with her hair, and she's mentioned in history, and she's there forever. And well, doggone, it looks like Hunter Biden is going to get nailed by a former prostitute. He's going to have to put down, some numbers on paper. He's going to have to sign it and put his name on it, and he's going to have to match all this other stuff that they claim he's been paid. So, ironically, it'll be a former prostitute that will bring the truth to this nation through him.
Wow.
And obviously, Joe Biden. Well, you can take that comparison. Now, listen. All right, that's a prostitute. So anybody want to get upset about prostitutes, just remember this. Over there in Congress where it says the honorable, on the honorable halls of, Congress, Mitch McConnell, he ain't getting it from them. And the honorable Merrick Garland, he ain't getting the truth from them. It looks like we just might be like in the biblical days, be able to get the truth through a harlot. So I just couldn't help but make that spiritual comparison. So I thought I'd throw it out there. And God bless the women folk. Getting close to Mother's Day, so just rejoice the wins when you get them. You know what I'm saying? 5-7, we down.
There you go. We down. I hadn't had an artificial intelligence story in a few days. This one's quite interesting. More and more as we each new individual that speaks out about the potential harm that could be done to overall humanity with this stuff. A guy by the name of Dr. Jeffrey Hinton has gone from being the, quote, godfather of artificial intelligence to now doomsayer, warning that as big tech sprints to win the artificial intelligence race, AI could create killer robots and ultimately threaten humanity. Not only can AI spew disinformation with calamitous consequences, it could be recklessly used in wars, says Hinton. Now, this guy's 75 years old now. He's devoted his entire life to creating neural networks, as they be called. AI on the verge of eclipsing human intelligence and eliminating more jobs than currently thought, could readily be exploited by bad actors. Now, this guy's been, he first embraced the original mathematical genesis of AI in 1972 as a graduate of the University of Edinburgh. Well, this past day, he proclaimed his own trepidations over AI only after quitting his job at Google in order to freely share his fears. He joins a growing chorus of scientists and business leaders warning that AI developers like ChatGPT, OpenAI, are blindly racing towards unimaginable perils, as he puts it. Follow up with more on that in our final hour. Right now, news break time on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Richard Johnson. We're learning more about what happened in Cleveland, Texas Friday in the minutes before a man walked to his neighbor's house and killed 5 people, including an 8-year-old boy. NBC correspondent Sam Brock in Cleveland says the neighbors asked the man to stop shooting, and that discussion escalated.
The police were contacted about 5 times over 20 minutes. The sheriff here in San Jacinto County said that originally he thought it was a harassment sort of situation. As soon as it became clear the situation had escalated, they sent the force immediately over there to see what was happening.
The reward's now $80,000 for information that might help them find 38-year-old Francisco Oropeza. People who live along the Mississippi River in Iowa hope the slow, steady flooding of their communities will crest today. Melting snowpack to the north put more water into the Mississippi, flooding Davenport, Bettendorf, and other cities. President Biden says when it comes to finding a way to increase the federal debt ceiling,
the default on the national debt is off the table. For over 200 years, America's never, ever, ever failed to pay its debt.
Biden says the debt ceiling should not be held hostage by MAGA Republicans in Congress. Today in Israel, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he's waiting for a phone call from the president. President Biden also says anyone with deposits in First Republic Bank is protected. The FDIC took over First Republic and quickly sold it to J.P. Morgan Chase. TV, movie, and streaming writers may stop writing after midnight tonight. That's when their union contract with Hollywood Studios expires. The Writers Guild want more money and new language to address streaming. The Union for American Airlines Pilots says 99% of its members who cast ballots have voted to authorize a strike. The pilots want more pay and a better scheduling system. If you have good credit, you'll be paying more for a federally backed home loan. Mortgage fees are rising to underwrite lower fees for people with lower scores. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The latest mutation of COVID-19 is bringing with it a common side effect, pink eye.
The viral conjunctivitis, we see it with other viruses. That's not too uncommon.
Dr. Peter Hotez at Baylor University says there are some places in India where about half the children coming down with COVID also get pink eye. But there is a way to stop it. Get another shot.
We do have the bivalent vaccine that helps kids, so it's also likely preventable as well.
Hotez says if you or your kid gets pink eye, you'll be miserable for about a week, and then it will go away. Hurricane season is 1 month away, and if you live somewhere in the USA where that is an issue, here's some advice.
To be financially prepared for hurricane season, you need both windstorm coverage, which is part of your property policy, as well as flood insurance.
The Insurance Information Institute's Mark Friedlander also says
that means your property coverage, whether it's a home, condo, or renter's policy, as well as your auto coverage, because auto also is important to be financially prepared for hurricane season.
Friedlander adds another big item is to check the value of your coverage to make sure it matches the rising value of your home. In the words of Aerosmith guitarist Joe Perry, it's about time. The supergroup has announced its farewell tour, 40 dates beginning around Labor Day and ending in late January. Steven Tyler and Aerosmith have been at it for about 50 years. I'm Rich Johnson, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, final hour. One more time around on a Tuesday morning. Here we are, second day of May. Hope your week's off to a good start. I heard in the news break there talking about the latest iteration of COVID. An additional side effect is pink eye. But there's a way you can avoid that. Get the jab. Get the shot. Yep. Still pushing it. Interestingly, Texas Attorney General announcing Monday, this past day, he's launching an investigation into whether Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson engaged in gain-of-function research and misled the public about doing so. Paxton also will investigate whether the pharmaceutical companies misrepresented the efficacy of their vaccines and whether they manipulated the vaccine trial data. He says, in recent years, certain pharmaceutical companies have had record-breaking financial success, driven in part by sales made from products related to the COVID pandemic. Now, this vested interest in the success of these COVID products, combined with reports about the alarming side effects of vaccines, demands aggressive investigation. In a letter to each company, his office requested a lengthy list of documents to be returned to his office by May the 31st. Now, he was against vaccines and mask mandates and lockdowns during the pandemic, including in his own state of Texas. This investigation aims to discover the truth. This pandemic was a deeply challenging time for Americans. If any company illegally took advantage of consumers during this period of compromised people's safety to increase their profits, they will be held responsible, he says. If public health policy was developed on the basis of flawed or misleading research, the public must know. In a statement, Pfizer spokeswoman defended the company's practices, saying regulatory agencies across the world have authorized the use of our COVID vaccine. Well, sure. These authorizations are based on robust, independent evaluation of the scientific data, quality, safety, efficacy, including our landmark Phase 3 clinical trial. So they're going to say what they're going to say, but it'll just be interesting to see. The Republican-led House has been investigating whether gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab and a subsequent lab leak is what actually is the root cause of the pandemic. That investigation is ongoing. It is 844-844-3388. So get back to the calls here. Let's see. Jim, is that Jim on board this morning?
Good morning again. Yeah, that pandemic thing is something else. Somebody made a lot of money with that deal, and people died and everything else from taking those shots. My daughter in Florida kept telling us up here to don't take the shots, We took 2 and quit, but what a mess that is. And what that we doing screwing around with viruses in China, trying to develop some kind of a vaccine to stop it all and whatever. I just nuts. But anyway, hey, my one of my daughters was up in Detroit. Her husband, when he was a young guy, he had a little band going, and his buddies all went their separate ways with their careers and all. So about 8 or 9 years ago, they all retired, and they're now back together as of about 7-8 years ago, and they started this band called Magic Bus. They're playing music from the late 60s, including the Woodstock stuff, and they've been voted the best band in Metro Detroit like 6 or 7 times in a row now.
Wow.
And have really got something going. They've got over 50 engagements from the spring into the fall this year. And any little town up there in Michigan of any size is pretty much having them there for their festivals or whatever through the summer. They play this year. I know they're going to play Mackinac Island again, and they play Frankenmuth up there down in northern Indiana, Shipshewana. But and I think some of your Michigan folks, drivers, could testify. They probably know who they are, but they really put on a great show. Now I've been after the city of Lawrenceburg because when they built their casino down there, I figured they got to be having a good source of revenue. And sure enough, they built that big. They've got a great pavilion down there.
Yeah.
On Thursday nights, they've been having dances down there for several years in a row now, and developed something there where people are coming out for it. The last year they brought in ABBA, which is a big name, and this year they finally came around. They're going to bring Magic Bus down here July the 13th for a Thursday night engagement. So
Really?
anybody who likes era music, they just put on a heck of a show. They're really fantastic. So if you want to take a look at them, you go to themagicbusband.com and get a look at it.
All right.
So, so there's my story.
All right. Yeah, very interesting.
Everybody have a great evening. We talk to you a little later.
All right. Thanks for checking in this morning, Jim. Thank you for listening. You have a great day. Let me get back to the artificial intelligence thing. And this Dr. Jeffrey Hinton, who was one of the pioneers in developing this stuff, spent decades trying to create. Now expressing his own concerns, quitting Google. He notified Google last Thursday he's leaving after a decade at the company, speaking by phone with the CEO of the parent company, Alphabet. He says, I console myself with the normal excuse. If I hadn't done it, somebody else would have, he says. He believes Google ceased being a responsible artificial intelligence steward about a year ago. Didn't want to share details about his conversation with the CEO, but already in the 1980s, most AI research in the U.S. was funded by the Defense Department. Now, Hinton is a Carnegie Mellon computer science professor. At the time he was reluctant even back then to take Pentagon funding, saying he was adamantly opposed to robot soldiers. In fact, 1/3 of natural language processing researchers say artificial intelligence could cause a nuclear-level catastrophe, according to a recent survey by Stanford University. AI supporters say the technology is an inflection point akin to the introduction of the internet web browser back in the early 1990s. Because they're all trying to say we have a responsible duty. You have to be very careful with what we're doing. Nonetheless, even Elon Musk warned AI has the potential to rapidly devolve into a fake digital god, which can influence humans to engage in self-destructive decisions and self-destructive actions. Most recently, 19 current and former academics from the Association for the Advancement of Artificial Intelligence issued their own warning. Hinton said he did not sign those letters because he wanted to break ties with Google, which bought an AI company he created back in 2012 for $44 million. Now, one of the first concerns, he said, this AI technology is going to take a whole lot of jobs away from the human race. Separately, after reading that story earlier, I saw the little headline from IBM, International Business Machines, where their chief executive said in an interview the company expects to pause hiring as roughly 7,800 jobs are expected to be replaced by artificial intelligence in the coming years. That was a report from Bloomberg this past day. IBM did not immediately respond to Reuters news for a request for comment about that. There's one company, IBM, 7,800 jobs to be replaced by artificial intelligence. We'll pause there. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I guess we'll nominate this guy for a Dumbass of the Week award. Yeah, we were talking last evening about having to be so careful these days. Yeah, you can't be just flipping somebody off because, you know, they did something stupid in their, road rage. You know, if you're flipping the bird, next thing you know, there's a gun out the window firing at you. The people actually dying. The truck driver in this case appears to be the dumbass. Michigan State Police arresting the truck driver for allegedly opening fire on another motorist following a crash in Detroit. State police received calls about a crash involving a possible intoxicated semi-driver and a weapon just before midnight on Saturday. Early investigation indicates a crash involving a semi and a passenger vehicle occurred on Weyburn Street. Driver in the passenger car followed the semi for several miles. Semi-driver then fired several shots at the passenger vehicle on eastbound I-96 near MLK. The semi eventually became disabled and stopped. The semi-driver initially fled from the scene, but later returned and was arrested on the scene. K-9 unit assisted the police following the arrest. Pistol was discovered near the scene. 96 was closed down eastbound at I-94 for shell casing search. The truck driver, a 37-year-old Georgia resident, being held in police custody pending further investigation. As the investigation continued, we learned that the victim did film on their cell phone the shooting. Now, that's going to be included in the investigator's report for the prosecutor. Please remember, if you're involved in a traffic crash, call police. You do not follow the other person. You never know the state of mind of the other driver or what they may do. We're lucky no one was hurt in this crash or shooting. All right, Rambler is back with us here on a Tuesday morning.
Take two, that's right. Hey, that guy Jim, was he a first-time caller?
No, I talked to Jim last night, and I don't think he, even last night, I don't think he was a first-timer, but...
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm pretty sure I got him a code. I'm pretty sure I got him a code, though, at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, because, Steve, the good thing is about a first-time caller to the show is if you're a first-time caller, guess what? $60 voucher for a Hot Shot Secret. And that includes Tixie Eliminator. That includes the gasoline treatment. Anything you want from Hot Shot that's within $60, you get a free voucher if you're a first-time caller.
Yes.
So, Jim, that's right. Jim mentioned that band Magic Bus. Look, I'm from Mobile, Alabama, and even I have heard of that band. And they're like a cover band. Yes. There's a cover band called the Molly Ringwalds. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. They do strictly 80s music. Magic Bus is kind of like they do mid to late 60s and 70s music also. And yeah, man, they're pretty popular. Another band that fits that bill is another band. They play in the Mobile Singer Theater a lot. It's called the Blackjack Symphony Orchestra. And they just put on a concert playing the entire Tom Petty album, The Full Moon Fever. And I know folks are listening like, well, Brother Rambler, ain't you a preacher? I'm not so godly that I can't be a little bit worldly, too. And I like good music. And I was a big fan of Tom Petty and Pink Floyd and all that stuff, And but, nowadays I listen to a whole lot of gospel, a lot of contemporary Christian like Zach Williams and We the People, and stuff like that comes on K-Love. I listen to a lot of that, and of course I'm like you, listen to a lot of the old school gospel that my grandparents would listen to and call, oh my God, that is so secular, that they couldn't imagine, But yeah, man, they're a pretty good cover band. They cover a lot of great songs, and yes, I live all the way in Mobile, and I've heard of them before. But yeah, I mean, Steve, about that story about the road rage incident, and I may get a lot of flack from this, and may cost a lot of truck drivers their jobs, but I'm waiting on the day to where they're set up at the truck stop, pulling in every fifth truck to start doing drug and alcohol testing. And Steve, I think that really needs to be done. Well, me saying that's going to cost a lot of people their job and probably hit our industry pretty hard because, for what I gather, there's a lot of drivers down that like to get a snoot full and get behind the wheel or go shoot up meth or God knows what else they do and get behind the wheel. And, man, you're just making it's career suicide. You're making a huge mistake. And, God bless you. Why would you want to just I mean, I can understand, back in the day when we were under the 10-8 rule and you ran 3 or 4 law books, get all hopped up on amphetamine and just drive. 3 or 4 days across the country, you can pretty much get away with it then. But why would you want to do that now when you got the computerized logbook system where, after, 11 hours of driving, you got to stop. I mean, what are you going to do with your time? Sit around there and twiddle your thumbs? I mean, Jesus. It's career suicide. Why would you want to do that? Risk your livelihood, and it isn't all that money you got to pay for truck driving school. And yes, you have to go to truck driving school nowadays because it ain't like the old days where you could just go and learn on the farm how to drive a truck and go get a CDL. A lot of times you got to go take out that $5,000 to $10,000 loan and go on to truck driving school. But be that as it may, I don't know why someone would want to do that. But if the government would ever sit there and do, the mandatory drug testing, drug and alcohol, I think we would have more of a driver shortage than we have now. They'd have to bring over the Ukrainians and the Russians and the Arabs and everything else to fill the void, and or like they're doing now, get them all across the border and put them in behind the seat. Can you read stop? Can you read go? Okay, then you could drive an 18-wheeler, So, but Steve, I know we're running short on time, and I just appreciate everyone out there. I love everyone out there. I want to thank everyone for being a part of Determined Ministries Church. It really means a lot seeing everyone show up on Sunday evenings at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. And it means a lot that y'all give this show a chance to see Summer's show. And remember, before I get off here, if you're a first-time caller, you get a $60 voucher. So call in, let Steve know that you're a first-time caller. And remember this, God's children, love is just more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler and Steve Summers can love you, and we do. And God bless you, Steve. I'll call in another night, brother.
Always great to have you chime in there, Rambler. Have a great day. All right, we got coming up here, news break first. Scarecrow is on board. Hey, for over 60 years, if you were not aware, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, you name it, anything that's going to be sitting around with the gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years, and at the same time combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So make sure when storing your engine, store it the right way with Sta-Bil. And there we go. News break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. We're learning more about what happened in Cleveland, Texas Friday in the minutes before a man walked to his neighbor's house and killed 5 people. Police say an appeal to that man to stop firing his gun escalated, and neighbors called police 5 times in about 20 minutes before the man started shooting his neighbors. President Biden says when it comes to finding a way to increase the federal debt ceiling,
the default on the national debt is off the table. For over 200 years, America's never, ever, ever failed to pay its debt.
Biden says the debt ceiling should not be held hostage by MAGA Republicans in Congress. Today in Israel, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said he's waiting for a phone call from the president so they can talk about it. If you have good credit, you'll be paying more for a federally backed home loan. Mortgage fees are rising to underwrite lower fees for people with lower credit scores. Critics say that plan rewards bad behavior. Rich Johnson, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what else in the mix here? Hi there. Spring is upon us. Summer's just around the corner, and that means summer travel season is on the horizon. A lot of folks looking to take to the friendly skies. Well, that's what the old slogan used to be, right? Fly the friendly skies. Yeah, there may be some trouble in those friendly skies. The union that represents American airline pilots announcing yesterday their members have approved a walkout just ahead of the busy summer travel season, with nearly all the participating pilots voting in favor of a strike. The Allied Pilots Association, which represents 15,000 American Airlines pilots, stated this past day their members have voted overwhelmingly to authorize the strike. Captain Ed Syker of the ATA president said the APA membership has spoken. We will strike if necessary to secure the industry-leading contract that our pilots have earned and deserve, a contract that will position American Airlines for success. Voting started April 1st. It concluded April 30th, with more than 96% of APA members casting votes, with more than 99% of participating pilots voting in favor of authorizing a strike. Our pilot's resolve is unmistakable, he says. We will not be deterred from our goal of an industry-leading contract. A lot of contract stuff going on now. Yeah, got the Hollywood writers that are technically, I guess, right now, they're on strike. They'll be hitting the picket lines today. If you weren't with us a few hours ago, now the union said their members will conduct informational picketing from 11 a.m. till 1 p.m. local time at all 10 of the airline's major hubs, including Boston Logan, Chicago's O'Hare, Los Angeles International, New York's LaGuardia. Yeah, the strike authorization puts added pressure on American Airlines to agree to pilot demands for higher salaries and better working conditions. The sides said to be closing in on agreement in principle. The finish line, they're saying, is in sight. American Airlines issued a statement that their leadership remains confident that an agreement is within reach and can be finalized quickly. We understand a strike authorization vote is one of the important ways pilots express their desire to get a deal done. We respect the message of the voting results. Importantly, the results do not change our commitment or distract us from working expeditiously to complete a deal. So pilots, and of course, on the trucking side, we got the UPS contract talks, the National Labor Agreement, Yellow Corporation with their contract talks. A lot of action here in 2023 with some of the big unions out there. Well, good morning, Scarecrow. How's your week starting out?
Well, it's going according to plan there. Got one day behind that nastiest day of the week and one day closer to Friday.
Thank you.
Everything's falling in place there. No, I really suspected I was going to get called on right before Rambler there. And then you brought up the Dumbass of the Week nomination. Oh, I know my name's going to come up now. Now what's he going to lay on?
Oh, boy.
Well, all I could think of, Steve, was I'll bet that other caller has Steve convinced that I would buy a Dodge. That's what Steve is dumbassing me about there. But no, don't worry about that. But no, we know better than that. So anyway, Steve, I've been ever since the start of the program this morning, thinking about Rambler's first call there, and I've kind of diagnosed, his problem. I don't know if you really call it a problem there, but he was referencing the kind of tingly and a lump in the throat and the clouded eyes and whatnot. And Steve, you've maybe experienced this same syndrome. It's called the proud papa syndrome.
Yes.
And we're those of us that are fortunate enough to witness and experience, the greatest highlight in our kid's life to this point, and maybe the greatest. So we're all fortunate to be able to experience that. When you look around at an auditorium or stadium or wherever you're at and realize there's not a single person seated, that they're all standing, and that ovation is for your son or daughter up on that stage. That if you don't cloud up and get a lump in your throat over that, there truly is something wrong with you. But Rambler, I know you're still there. You deserve an attaboy right along with your bride there. The kids, they don't get to that point on their own. They have a sturdy family upbringing behind them and such. So kudos to you, man. Aerosmith. Yeah, I guess it's probably 15 years back. We did take them in. I probably would not have gone, but my bride was willing to stand in line for tickets, so yeah, why not? And they're one of many groups that, I'm glad we did go to see them. In retrospect, there's been several groups I wish we had gone to in the past. Most notably, Gordon Lightfoot. The opportunity that we did have, we didn't take it in, and well, there's that. But it did get me thinking, and I know I shared this some time back. I got to get home. I'm going to search around the crow's nest there, and I've got an autographed portrait of the Edmund Fitzgerald, signed by Lightfoot.
Really?
Our broker, our investment broker, he actually commissioned this picture, this portrait, at some point in time, and he somehow became acquainted with Lightfoot, and he ran off a few prints, and yeah, I don't know, it was a few years back, maybe he was just softening me up to not do anything with my folks' investments when they're gone. But either way, until Lightfoot's passing came up, now I'm really curious where that is holed up. But I'm hoping I can find it. I'll shoot you a picture of it anyway. There.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was intriguing. And anyway, you said there's more snow up in the UP of Michigan right now.
That would be correct.
Gee, Manny, last evening's news and weather, they gave a lot of the highlights through Wisconsin and central Minnesota snowfall for the year to this point, and many places were record snowfalls. Marquette, Michigan, as of about 6 p.m. last night, they'd had 238 inches so far this winter. 20 feet of snow, Steve. But the right in that band that the air flows, air currents, they're able to pick up enough moisture way upstream, and then it starts dropping down, and I can't imagine, but I guess that kind of snow, it just becomes part of your life, and you deal with it, whether else pressing or noteworthy or such. There was something else, but the theme. I'll remember it as soon as I say sayonara here.
Oh, you hate when you do that.
I did admit I haven't heard it.
It was right. It was right there. It was on the tip of my tongue.
Repeated either. I think it was last weekend, having to do with the border down there now. They felt the need to really, I don't remember who said this though, but we really need to push Congress, to provide funds to control this wave that's coming. I thought that was on the Democrat side that they're talking about this. I mean, I can understand the governors and whatnot, down along the border states concerned, but I'm thinking that maybe the administration is realizing that, they're in for a bigger wave of illegals, than they could possibly imagine. But I haven't heard that news item repeated, since either. And then one last thing here, be more of a Pappy type question. Okay, we know breaking and entering. Would entering a vehicle that's not locked without the owner's consent, would that be considered illegal entry? It wouldn't be called breaking and entry. I wouldn't think, if they're not damaging anything, would it?
I'm not the law enforcement guy. That is a good question, though. Yeah, you left the door unlocked. I mean, people, they leave their car idling, and they go into the convenience store. So, I mean, that's, they'll hop in and take off in the car. That's,
Well, this is kind of by design. That old Honda that I drive, I have never locked that car up. And I parked it down in our yard, down at our lacrosse terminal there. Well, it's open access on 3 sides of the property. It's not secure by any means, but it's well lit. But when I got in the car yesterday morning to go home, something doesn't seem right here. Why is there a wad of bank deposit slips sitting here? Blank ones. My glove box door is open. A couple of other things misplaced and whatnot. Yeah. So somebody had taken time to access, the car. I don't know what they're looking for. They might have found 4 bits worth of quarters in the console, if that. But obviously they didn't need any bank deposit slips. But Steve, the worst part is they leaned right over Bone Jangles. He could have reached up and strangled the bastards, but no, he just laid back and played dead. So beyond that, nothing hurt. I guess my thoughts are there have been other break-ins. I figure at least I have all my windows intact this way, and others too have taken to leaving their vehicles unlocked versus suffering broken windows and whatnot.
Right.
We'll wait. Probably after looking at the clock, we'll have to wait till tomorrow night to get the professional opinion from Pappy there, whatnot. So
very good.
That's all I got for you here. But
well, we know what they were. We know what they were rummaging for. Some people might actually have cash or a checkbook in the glove box. That's been known to happen. Now, obviously, they're looking for the likes of weapons. Oh, you got your 9mm in the glove box. They're looking for that. Or, I mean, the lucky ones really hit the big time when, someone like my dumbass daughter leaves her car unlocked with her debit card and her driver's license right there in the center console. Yeah. They took the debit card straight up to the convenience store. And we're purchasing, I guess, like $50 at a time, something like that. They were purchasing instant lottery tickets. Not the scratch-off tickets, but like in Ohio, we got the lottery machines where you put your debit card in there. And yes, it does take debit cards. And it was authorizing $50 at a time. They kept hitting it until they'd emptied her debit card. Now, of course, all those lottery tickets, so instantly trade those in for cash. Boom. But, that's what they're looking for. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, did you get our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway keywords this Tuesday morning? I bet not. Well, here it is. Tuesday, 2nd day of May. I got 2 keywords. These are each separate entries. Keyword number 1, scan, S-C-A-N, scan. And keyword number 2 will be world, W-O-R-L-D. Great big world we live in. Yes, your opportunity to win $1,000 cash. Simply take those keywords to tncradio.live. Click on contests, and each of those entries is a separate entry for the upcoming day's drawing. You get additional keywords, 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time via tncradio.live. It's the final week of the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Good luck from tncradio.live and Hot Shot Secret. All right, no one mentioned seeing things lighten up the sky. A piece of SpaceX, a piece of a spacecraft from SpaceX made a dramatic but harmless, they say, re-entry over the western U.S. Late last Thursday. Yeah, right about the time we were closing out the program Thursday, the trunk section of a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft ultimately broke into shimmering streaks over a swath of states, Colorado, Arizona, a little before 5 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. So it would have been a little before 2 or 3 a.m., depending on the location out west. The trunk used to launch the NASA Crew 5 astronaut mission to the ISS back in October of last year is an unpressurized cargo hold that supports Crew Dragon during the launch phase. Now, the trunk powers Dragon during flight or docking operations. The American Meteor Society tracked at least 36 reports of the fireball being seen from Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, even into parts of Texas. Several of the space junk reports included images or a video, including one spotted at Denver International Airport in a brilliant video by an observer there. Astronomer and astrophysicist at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, who tracks re-entry events, confirmed it was a SpaceX trunk that was jettisoned from the Crew Dragon on March the 12th during the mission's successful splashdown. The re-entry breakup was widely seen out west. SpaceX also confirmed the hardware was indeed the Crew Dragon. Overnight, the 18th Space Defense Squadron confirmed re-entry of SpaceX's Crew Dragon 5 trunk that occurred Thursday, April 27. Now, they say NASA and SpaceX are committed to safe commercial crew operations, and we're working closely to improve orbital hardware demise modeling. In other words, this came back over land rather than like out over the open waters of the ocean. They believe some pieces of this may have actually made it to the ground. Anyone who comes across debris is asked to report it to SpaceX immediately. Do not touch it, they say. They've actually got a hotline opened up for people to call. So, yes, some of it apparently, they anticipate actually made it back to the Earth. All right, several weeks ago, we were hearing about cases of salmonella creeping up and trying to track where is it emanating from, where is it coming from. And turns out, at least in this case, don't be eating the raw cookie dough. If you're mixing up a batch of chocolate chip cookies, don't be licking the mixer if you're making a cake. General Mills has issued a nationwide recall of its bleached and unbleached flour after discovering salmonella. The company's recalling 2, 5, and 10-pound bags of Gold Medal, a very popular brand, Gold Medal unbleached and bleached all-purpose flour with what they call a better if used by date, which would be March 27th of 24 or March 28th of 2024. Do not consume raw products made with flour, they say. Salmonella is killed, of course, by the heating process, baking, frying, or boiling products that are made with flour. Don't eat the raw cookie dough. That's Gold Medal flour. All right, we close it out there on Tuesday. Have a great day. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. See you back tonight at the midnight hour.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but